welcome on in. Welcome to the live stream. Jason Walker here as we get ready for Mountain West Media Days. Got the humble setup here in Las Vegas at the Resorts World Las Vegas as we're getting ready for all the players and coaches to start making their way through Radio Row. We'll be keeping it here. We'll be on pause between most of these interviews here as we try and wrangle things. We got just the one-man operation going here as, again, we're excited to start a new season of Mountain West basketball. We'll be here pretty much all day up until about 5 p.m. local time as both the men and women are going to be having the media day on the same day. So we'll have the morning slate with all of the men's teams. I'm not going to be sure of the order. I know roughly the schedule of some of these guys. They've been posting the schedule. But we'll be trying to get all the players, all the coaches in here as much as we can for as long as we can have them. They have pretty short schedules with each. There's a bunch of different radio people here from across the nation. John Rothstein, Jeff Goodman, all these guys, national outlets coming here to the humble Mountain West. So a lot of exciting things about this team. Just starting with, the preseason poll, you got San Diego State top of the list. Should be a really exciting San Diego State team. I got to pull out all my notes here, but unanimous selection as the number one, which surprised me a little bit, but not a ton. I voted for them number one in my ballot, so and I'm not sure. I think there's a lot of people think that are going to contend with San Diego State, but nobody who at this point is going to be willing to pick against them. For the time being. Utah State comes in at second. They have 275 points, where San Diego State got the unanimous 312 points, all 26 votes. Boise State coming in fairly close third place to Utah State. They get 260 points to Utah State's 275. And then Grand Canyon rolling out the top four. Then you have a bit of a gap. Of course, there's a kind of a gap between Boise and Grand Canyon, then kind of another gap when you get to New Mexico at 5, where there's a lot of uncertainty, I think, 5 through 8. There's actually two teams tied for 7th, Colorado State and Nevada at 7th, UNLV at 6th. There's a lot of uncertainty with those teams, and I think it reflects in that they're all very close. The gap between New Mexico and Nevada, I think, is smaller than the gap actually between Utah State and Boise State, if I'm doing my math right. I think it's still slightly larger, but yeah, so there's a lot of teams that are close there. I'm not sure if I can remember the exact order I had those teams 4 through 8. But, these are teams that are going to be up and down. Grand Canyon, they're a team that I think there's a lot of excitement around. I'm kind of the chief skeptic of Grand Canyon, mostly in the history of teams coming over to the Mountain West. But we should be able to see some good things from Grand Canyon. A lot of teams are excited, at least a lot of the coaches. I know some fan bases and university put a bit of a stink over the Lopes coming over, but they should be a great addition for what will kind of be a bit of a last hurrah for the Mountain West in its current form. It's been a fantastic basketball conference. We're looking forward to at least one last season as we get going here. Preseason players, we had 10 players on the preseason poll, and some interesting results where Grand Canyon, the team that was picked 4th, they actually get 2 selections on there. Jaden Henley, the UNLV transfer, and then Brian Moore, who was also picked as the preseason newcomer of the year. Preseason player of the year, Miles Bird. Preseason freshman of the year, Elsie Harrington of San Diego State, who also got 3 selections onto the preseason team. Miles Bird, Reese Dixon-Waters, and Magoon Gwath. Utah State as the second-place team represented by Mason Falslive on the preseason poll, and Andrew Meadow of Boise State making it on there. But only one from each of Boise State who were picked 2nd and 3rd. And then Reese Dixon-Waters, where missed last year due to injury. He ends up making it back. There's a lot of hype around him heading into last year. Couldn't quite fulfill it due to that injury, but now him, Miles Bird, Magoon Gwath are expected to make a heck of a team. Finishing out the others, Elijah Price, bit of a surprise there. I think he was the top transfer among Mountain West players, at least to kind of stay, although him and Dayton Albury actually were both inter-Mountain West transfers. Where there's a lot of hype around those guys stepping into teams where there's a lot of opportunity. Price going into a Nevada team that graduated a ton of players, and then Dayton Albury stepping in, going from Utah State over to New Mexico. And New Mexico replacing basically everybody. I don't know if they actually returned anybody, head coach, staff, anything. I'd have to check and see what players or any coaches stayed. I couldn't remember any. I was tracking them during the offseason. But finishing out, let's see, Kamani Hamilton of UNLV, I think is the last one that I haven't mentioned, making on the preseason team. The top transfer for the Rebels, expected to make a big splash there. Some guys that, maybe you could see as snubs. I know you look at Boise State, some of their guys, Drew Fielder, Dylan Andrews, I think are both two players that from Boise State that could have made it. Utah State, it wasn't a transfer that was like super highly heralded. I know for Utah State fans, you should be paying attention to MJ Collins. You have Carson Templin here for Utah State. Those are two guys that maybe could have made the list, but neither have that kind of hype or statistical history, I think, as much as some of these other players. So couldn't quite manage to make the preseason team, even though it's expanding. We have the 10 players as opposed to the postseason one, which will only be 5, at least on the first team All Mountain West. So we're going to go ahead and hit pause on the live stream. We're going to be trying to get things going here. So I'm looking around. We should be having the Nevada players, I think, making their way through. I can't guarantee that's going to be the first to come on, but players are starting to make their way through as we're about 10 minutes into the official start of Mountain West Media Day. So we'll be back here on the 106.9 The Fan YouTube account. Of course, you can also watch us on CashValleyDaily.com. The link will be there, so you can keep that web page open and try and catch us whenever we have these interviews. We'll also have Utah State on as well, as Jared Calhoun, Mason Falslev, and Carson Templin are here for the Aggies. But a lot of players, men's players, women's players. Of course, we'll also have Utah State women's basketball on. Wes Brooks, Marina Asensio, and Aaliyah Gales. Have a chance to talk to them as well. So looking forward to all that. And keep it tuned, as well as you can also watch the replay afterward on CashValleyDaily.com. We'll be back after this. back here on the live stream. Jason Walker with Cache Valley Daily here with, you just told me how you say your name, Nana Owusu-Anane.
Yeah, Nana Owusu-Anane.
Okay, so I'll give myself a B on that pronunciation. But thanks for coming on. And Grand Canyon forward transfer from Brown from the Ivy League, and kind of with interesting things looking at you from last year where you were prepped for a big season, you've been having a good career, and a preseason injury, first practice. It's just kind of, what was that like where you're prepping for a big season, all of a sudden it kind of gets taken away from you at the last second? How do you kind of come back from that mentally to be just as ready for this season?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely frustrating. Just like you said, you work all summer for a big season, but I mean, I feel like God makes no mistakes. I feel like the support staff at Brown was really good in supporting me throughout that process. And then honestly, I had a great group of people around me who was able to motivate me, keep me solid. I feel like everything happens for a reason. Now I'm here at GCU, and I feel like I couldn't have been in a better situation.
So from what I read, you were also able to visit Grand Canyon kind of in February, March. Just like, what was it that sold you on playing for this Grand Canyon team?
Yeah, I mean, I think for one, the coaching staff, the way the coaching staff recruited me, expressed their vision for me. And then honestly, just having a great group of guys, they expressed how they wanted to recruit good people. I think our teammates, it's shown so far. We have a lot of good camaraderie. And I think, a great group of guys. And then, honestly, I feel like we got the best student section in the country, so being able to play in front of that crowd should be something special.
So you talk about the camaraderie. A lot of newcomers, there's a lot of players leaving. Of course, a lot of expectations for you guys. But what has that been like where you get a lot of newcomers and you got the newcomer of the year on your team? Just what's that like trying to build that in short order?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely an adjustment. I mean, everybody's more or less coming from different places, different spots from all around the country. But I feel like, we've been together for 4 months now, and that we gel really well, and I feel like everybody likes each other. And the more you like each other off the court, that only leads to more success on the court. So we're just hoping for a successful season.
And it seems like when we talk to every team, it's like, oh, you're bringing in 5, 8 new players. It just seems like that's just kind of the new norm with college basketball. Have you seen that in your time so far, that basically every team has to build camaraderie really quickly?
Yeah, I feel like the teams that fully accept that and adapt to that are the teams that are probably going to have the most success. The way college basketball is now, I think it's just an adjustment for everybody. So as a player on a team, you just want to come in and be the best version of yourself, not only on the court but off the court, just so you can have that off-court camaraderie, which leads to success on the court.
And so Grand Canyon moving into a new conference, we're dominant in the WAC, now coming to the Mountain West. There's been a lot of teams that have jumped from the WAC to the Mountain West. A lot of them ultimately have success. Utah State, Boise State, Nevada, a whole lot of them. Sometimes they struggle in the first year. What do you guys got to do to make sure that you don't have that first-year struggle? Make sure you come in right away and, you picked fourth, so there's a lot of expectations for you.
For sure.
What do you guys got to do to live up to that?
For sure. I feel like we got a really talented group. I don't think talent will be the problem. I think really just trusting in our coaching staff, executing their vision that they have for us. And then, honestly, I think, once again, it goes back to just our off-court camaraderie. I think off-court camaraderie leads to on-court success. So just buying in every day, being locked in, taking it one day at a time, and trying to be the best versions of ourselves, and that can only lead to success.
So I know you talk about the arena, the student section. I know there's a lot of fan bases in the Mountain West who are fiercely proud of their home arena,
sure.
the AHAS, the Spectrum, where I'm coming from, Cache Valley Daily, the Pit. You're putting your arena right up with those. Like, have you had a chance to experience some of those others, and you're still on top of that with Grand Canyon?
I haven't. This is honestly my first time really being on the West Coast, but from what I've seen and what I've heard about the GCU Lopes, it's something special, and I think we match up against anybody pretty well. So
I know that was one of the first things I heard. Is like, because I knew how good Grand Canyon was. Once they were jumping to the Mountain West, everyone was like, their student section, their arena is amazing, and so it seems to fit in really well with the Mountain West, where there's a big history of those arenas.
No doubt. It's something special. So every game's going to be fun, especially in conference play. So I'm excited. Yeah,
and I guess you mentioned being excited. Like, what are the biggest things you're excited about for this season with Grand Canyon?
Yeah, I think one, individually, really just getting back on the court. I feel like once a game's taken away from you, just anytime you get to play basketball again, it's just a blessing. I think that. And then honestly, too, I feel like we have really big aspirations and goals, and I feel like we got the group to do it. So now we're just chasing success and chasing a successful year.
What's the thing you feel like Grand Canyon's going to bring to the conference? There's some people that kind of know Grand Canyon. They know the name. Mm-hmm. They know they've been a big team in the mid-major space. What's the thing that you feel like Grand Canyon's going to introduce to the Mountain West and the fan bases that they may not know yet?
Yeah, I think you're going to see a team that executes well and plays really hard and plays for each other. I think also at our school we play for something bigger than just basketball. We're a Christ-driven school, so I think that's something that we bring to the conference, and I think we're just excited to get out there and show it.
All right, thank you so much. Give me one more chance to butcher your name. Nana Owusu Anane.
Nana.
Close. Nana. Okay,
Yes,
I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
terrible
good.
with these
You're
names.
good. No
All
worries.
right, thank you so much. We'll
Yes,
go ahead and
sir.
let you switch places with Jaden Henley there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Yes, sir. Appreciate
All
you
right.
having me.
Okay. Jen, you want to jump over here? We'll go ahead and we'll skip pausing here on the live stream. We'll bring Jaden Henley from Nana Owusu Anane, the forward for Grand Canyon. Joining us here, Jaden Henley. All right, so Jaden Henley, Grand Canyon guard, formerly UNLV.
Yes, sir.
And, of course, a lot of other places as well. Let's just start out with this where leave UNLV, transfer to Grand Canyon. So you're leaving the Mountain West. Then you find out you're not leaving the Mountain West.
Yeah.
Just what was that process like for you going back and forth between being in the Mountain West?
It was nothing too crazy. I feel like throughout the recruitment process, we kind of had an idea of like there is a chance that we could go in the Mountain West. So
Yeah.
obviously that had played a factor in my decision. But it wasn't too much. I mean, I love the Mountain West. That's why I chose to come back. So
Yeah. So I guess just coming in, so Grand Canyon moving from the WAC to the Mountain West. Have you had a chance to talk to some of the players about like, hey, here's how tough each of these teams are? It's kind of a, you're
Oh, for
moving up a
sure.
level where the WAC has some good teams, but the Mountain West, like every team is a team that could certainly beat you.
yeah, we only have a few returners from that team last year here at Grand Canyon, and there's a lot of new guy transfers coming in. So I mean, I kind of just dish out like little bits and pieces of if they ever have questions. So. And just kind of informing them, like places like the pit, like places that are crazy to play in. So kind of just giving them that type of information.
So I know you haven't had quite a chance to experience Grand Canyon's environment. I know it's really hyped. It's one of the first things I really learned about their program looking in is, you've seen all the Mountain West venues, the Pit and the Spectrum and Viejas and all those. How would you compare those to at least what you've heard so far about Grand Canyon?
It's going to be up there for sure. I mean, the Havocs are insane. Even like without a game, you can feel the energy around campus and stuff. So I think we're going to line up pretty well with
So I know with teams moving from the WAC, there's a lot of teams that have moved from the WAC to the Mountain West. Utah State, Boise, Nevada, a bunch of others. I mean, you had TCU came over from Conference USA back in the day. A lot of those teams struggled in their first year. Really talented. I think Nevada went like almost undefeated the year in the WAC before they came to the Mountain West. Struggled. Eventually they get things going.
Yeah.
But for Grand Canyon, there's an expectation of coming in and contending. You guys were picked fourth. People believe in you guys as contenders. Like, having already played in the Mountain West, what do you see from this team compared to, what top Mountain West teams need to be?
I think we're going to shock a lot of teams in this conference, personally. We have a lot of talent, a lot of size, and a lot of, really, good guys. You know what I mean? Like, just off the court, just being high-character guys and being able to, just be in the gym and just live there. You know what I mean? So I think for us, we're going to match up pretty well with any team in this conference.
So, and how do you build that camaraderie fast? Because, that's what every team has to do nowadays. Everyone talks about continuity, but everyone's bringing 8, 9, sometimes 10-plus new guys. Just how do you try and build that where that's kind of the new norm in college basketball?
I think for us, it was kind of the connection off the court. I feel like we all kind of like the same things, and we all bond pretty well. And then once we got on the court, it kind of just all came together. I mean, Drew preaches us playing the right way, swinging the ball, playing with each other. And I mean, when everybody's playing together, the game's a lot more fun. So.
So what have you seen from Bryce Drew as a head coach? Obviously had some success. What do you see from him and his ability to lead Grand Canyon into a new Mountain West era?
I mean, he's doing a great job. I think he had a great guys that he's blended us well together and put us in spots to succeed. And I mean, he's done everything he's ever asked for. So.
Yeah. You had a chance to go back and talk with anyone at UNLV. I know it's a new head coach, so it's not the same guy that last year. You had a chance to meet up with any of the guys yet?
Not yet. Nah. I mean, I still talk to the guys over social media and still call and stuff, but I haven't been able to keep in contact with them, all of them yet. So.
And I know most of the people that are here at Media Day, it's like those are all newcomers too.
A lot of new guys.
So the logo and the colors, but not so much the people there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
All right. What's the biggest thing you're excited for this season with Grand Canyon, and for you personally?
I mean, for me, I kind of want to just take a big jump from last year and kind of just prove that I'm one of those guys that everybody needs to be watching. I have big aspirations and big dreams for myself and this team. I think for us, going into this year, kind of just thinking win as many games as possible, obviously. And I think us being picked fourth is kind of like something that we look at as a challenge. I feel like we have the thoughts of winning this conference. So going in every day and just keeping that on our mind, that's our main goal.
All right, thank you so much, Jaden Henley,
Yes, sir.
Grand Canyon guard.
Thank you.
Good to see you once again.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go ahead and take a quick pause. We'll be back, and we're going to try and get some more players on here. I think we're going to see we had Fresno, I think, just about coming up next year. We're going to have these. I got to figure out which camera I'm looking at here. But we'll be back as soon as we can. Might be a short break. We'll see. All right, we're back here on the live stream. We're talking with New Mexico, a couple New Mexico players. Of course, one of them former Aggie, Dayton Albury. We got Chris Howell, right? I didn't get your name wrong, did I?
Correct.
Okay, there's so many names I'm going through, so many people I'm talking to. I'm just terrible remembering.
No
I want to
worries.
bring the mic up just a little bit, Dayton, there. So I guess I'll start with you, Dayton. This is kind of the big one for you. Utah State obviously knows you very well. Of course, Chris, you know Utah State a little bit. You got to win over them.
Just a little bit.
But Dayton just, I know when we talked to you earlier in the season, you weren't planning on leaving Utah State, and then obviously things change. What was it ultimately leads you to go to New Mexico, and what attracted you to obviously, we say what attracted you to, it's a really good program, obviously. Just what was the biggest thing that led you to New Mexico?
Yeah, the JUCO rule came out like mid-season.
Yeah.
Like you said, if you would have asked me, at the end of my season last year, would I have left Utah State? I would have tell you no, 100%. But just me wanting to take full advantage of my final year in college, and I felt like Coach Olin and the local community did a good job of, showing me a vision that I liked, and I just wanted to take full advantage of it.
So, Chris, I'll ask you this. You had a chance to win in the Spectrum. I know that's something that not a whole lot of people do.
Yeah.
I guess, you and Dayton talk about that game at all? I mean, that's the game you guys got to play against each other.
We talk about it quite a bit. Yeah.
So what was that like for, maybe, like, how much do you guys realize what kind of accomplishment that was? 'Cause, by the end of the season, the only teams beat Utah State in the Spectrum were you guys and New Mexico, the team you're playing for now. Just what was that moment like for you guys?
Yeah. That going into that game, we were just saying this is just an amazing opportunity. Last year at UC San Diego, we knew we needed to be essentially close to perfect to kind of get our name out there. Smaller school, not really known for athletics, yet alone basketball. But yeah, so I think just going into that, we just amazing opportunity, great team, great atmosphere. Is the biggest crowd that a lot of the guys last year played in front of ever.
Yeah.
And so, just being able to accomplish that, it was just amazing.
Yeah. And then with Dayton, how quickly do you circle the game against Utah State, the return to the Spectrum?
We already circled it from the day it came out, which is crazy because it's actually the last game of the regular season that we go to the Spec. So I'm going to be anxious the whole year waiting on that day. So
that seems New Mexico keeps playing Utah State late in the season. I don't think it happened much last year, but where Darius Brown hit that shot against New Mexico as the last game. Seems like they're gearing up for what should be a really exciting matchup from two teams that are expected to be near the top.
Yeah, I don't know if it was kind of intentional. I don't want to make it all about, me transferring.
Yeah.
But, it's kind of crazy that it's the last game of the
Yeah.
season.
You going to the Utah State New Mexico football game this Saturday?
Yeah. No,
Are you gonna be on the road?
Yeah, we're
We're
actually
on the
going
road. Okay.
to do a scrimmage this weekend.
Who are you guys playing again?
Washington State.
Washington State, that's right. So I guess just as you guys are gearing up this offseason, a lot of new players. I think there were any players
Entire
returning
team.
from last year. It's an
Brand
entire
new
new
team.
team, brand new coaching staff. There's some Mountain West teams that have had to do that, or at least close to near that.
Mm-hmm.
Just what's that like for you guys? Adjusting to that where it's an entirely new team.
Yeah, I mean, I could start and then pass it on to Dayton, but I think it's been great. I think coming in first week, 2 weeks, obviously everybody's new.
Yeah.
Only me and one other player knew Coach Olin and the coaching staff prior, and so yeah, brand new team came in, a lot of team bonding, a lot of different exercises and things like that. But like seeing the growth from week 1 to now, outside of basketball, is just the guys love being around each other. It's Dayton said it in one of our interviews not too long ago. Like, it feels like we've known each other forever, and that just naturally translates onto the court. Just seeing guys connect with one another, just the kind of like that vision that he was talking about. It's like everybody sees that same vision and everybody's buying into it. It's been great. It's been great.
Yeah, and just like what's that with New Mexico? Obviously, this is a storied program. It's been historically good in the Mountain West, and even having really good bounce back. I mean, won the conference last year. What's the biggest key for you guys, Dayton, as you're looking to continue that, even as a group that's entirely new, at least to New Mexico?
We know we have a lot to live up to. We are all aware, they won the regular season last year, but Coach Olin and staff, came from a winning culture, provides a winning culture every day in practice. So we're prepared, and we're going to win some games for sure. So.
Yeah. Then, Chris, you're coming from something that was really special with UC San Diego,
Yep.
kind of catching the mid-major group by a storm there with what you guys did last year. What's the key for you guys to basically do that again with Coach Olin? And even though it's different with New Mexico, UC San Diego hadn't been at that stage, and New Mexico's been at that stage, but kind of repeating that where you're here to shock the world once again with an entirely new team where people, you get picked fifth, but maybe that was a lot of reputation of previous New Mexico teams.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys have got to shock the world once again.
Yeah, it's another underdog story again. I think it's uncertainty makes people curious, and I'm excited to show off what we got.
Yeah, which is exciting, to be underrated, to have nobody know nothing about what we got going on inside the gym. So we're ready. We're going to be ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
And in one way, you're not underrated, Dayton. You made the preseason All Mountain West team.
My God.
Yeah. So, do you feel like that's kind of emblematic of what you're trying to do this season? Where last year, there's a lot of guys in rotation, a lot of guys in the point guard rotation. You're going to be one of the key guys for this team as a point guard. You feel like that's kind of what you were earlier saying. You want to maximize your last year. You feel like that's kind of what you're looking for. Is hey, I want to be a guy on the Mountain West.
Yeah. During my recruitment process, I was talking to Coach Olin about it, and I just wanted a situation where I could, be myself again. Also, while being in a winning culture around great teammates, because you can't do it by yourself. You have to have guys around you that are willing to play roles and play their part. So I'm just excited.
All right, thank you so much, Dayton Albury, Chris Howell. Thanks for coming on with Cache Valley Daily. Good luck this season. We'll look forward to seeing you guys in the Spectrum.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll be back after this. All right, we're back here, Cache Valley Daily, streaming the Mountain West Media Days. We've got Grand Canyon head coach Bryce Drew. I know I've got a soft spot for Grand Canyon. My brother attended there, of course, the online courses for a couple of years.
Okay.
So got a bit of a soft spot. Been obviously watching kind of from afar as you guys have dominated the WAC. Now coming to the Mountain West. Big step up for you guys.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to it. A great history, basketball tradition in the Mountain West. I think one of the big draws was, the at-large bids, the league's gotten. And then you look at some of the runs some of the teams have made through the years in the NCAA tournament. It's making us level up, get better with our roster, get better at everything we do to, compete in this league.
So I know one thing that I looked at, because I was thinking, okay, how good can you guys be in the first year? And then I looked at the history of some of the teams jumping in. Nevada, Utah State, I think Boise State. There's 4 or 5 teams that have joined the Mountain West. And the unfortunate thing is almost none of them did good. Even when they dominated the WAC, Nevada went 17-1, then went sub 500 in the Mountain West their first year. Eventually they're good. So the key for you guys is, what do you guys got to do to not, fall into that historical trend where you struggle year one and have to build your way up?
Yeah, basketball's so different now than it was, years ago, obviously with the transfer portal, with several things. And, our school's been kind of outside the box, how it's come to be and grown through the last so many years. We had 1,500 students in 2008. We have 25,000 students 17 years later and 100,000 online. That doesn't just happen. And so, we've only been Division I for a handful of years as a sports program. And, it's very blessed with what our schools helped us to achieve with our basketball program. So, hopefully we can break the odds. We're going to try our best.
Yeah.
But it's a really good league, really good players, really good coaches, really good fan bases. Playing in altitude is definitely going to be a challenge. I think over half the league's in altitude. We're not. And so, that could be something that takes some time to get used to.
Well, it's like half the league's at high altitude, and then half the league is in, California, where it's like you're either at altitude or you're close to sea level. It seems to be one or the other.
Yeah, exactly.
And I guess, the Mountain West, there's a lot of teams that are fiercely proud about their venue. I'm coming from Utah State, where you got the Spectrum,
yep.
You got Viejas, you got the Pit, Boise State. They're proud of their arena. Grand Canyon, you guys stick your arena up there with the best. How do you feel like your venue will stack up against some of the best in the mid majors?
Yeah, I think there'll be an immediate. There's competition with teams. There's probably even competition within fan bases too.
Yeah.
And so I could see our group jumping right in on that. We feel like we have the best student section in the country. It is such an experience when you come to a game at GCU. I believe if someone comes and sees a game there, it'll be hard not to compare what you just saw anywhere else you go. It's just such a great performance that happens in the arena from beginning to end.
So, and you've had to replace a lot of guys. Of course, I believe it was 24/7. Had you guys in the top 40 for transfer class. Just what have you seen out of this transfer class? Where you've brought in a lot of really good players to try and compete right away.
Yeah, Jaden Henley. I think start with him. He was in the Mountain West, average double figures last year at UNLV. To keep him, close to LA as home, and then have him come back to the Mountain West is really helpful to us as a coaching staff, because he's been through the league, he's played at the other arenas, and I think it'll be really helpful to our players as the year comes. And then we had some other experienced guys who played basketball, 3 years that have experience, and we're going to need that with the crowds and just the teams we're going to be facing.
How key is to have a guy like Jaden Henley, where he played in the Mountain West? Of course, he's played Big East, Big Ten. He's played at the biggest levels and been a contributor there, most with UNLV last year in the Mountain West. Just how key is to have a guy like that? I know he's not the only guy with experience you're bringing in, but he has that relevant experience in the Mountain West. How key is that?
Oh, it's really important, especially because we're first-time coaches there. We do have 2 assistants that have coached in the Mountain West. One coached, one played, and so hopefully that'll help them just whether it be travel or certain things at the cities or certain nuances to the arenas. So it'll be helpful to have them. But other than that, Jaden's a really good player.
Yeah.
And so having a really good player is very helpful.
So you got the good restaurant recommendations too?
Oh, we got a lot. There's a lot of great places in Phoenix. You can pretty much go down Camelback and just throw a dart and you're good wherever you go.
Yeah. So looking at the NCAA, I guess one of the hot button topics, NCAA tournament expansion. there's a lot of debate over mid-majors. Is it going to help them? Is it going to hurt them? Just when you look at that, is it something you think about a lot? Like, what do you feel about that?
I don't think about it a lot because, obviously the powers to make those decisions will be somewhere else.
Yeah, we don't get to make those decisions.
But I like it. I like the idea. I think there's so many more programs now in Division I than there was, decades ago, and it's the best event in the world. Those couple days, especially those first few rounds, and I just think if you added one more round of games, how much even more excitement that would create, and I think it'd only make the tournament even more enticing to have more people involved.
Yeah, when you look at recruiting these days, just you talk about how teams are so different, 10, 15 years ago. What is recruiting like, especially, in the mid-majors where budgets aren't as big as some of these teams that are spending 10, 15 million on their rosters? Just what is the challenge like for you guys? And you guys were obviously very successful at it, bringing in a lot of good transfers. Mm-hmm. Just what is that like, trying to compete with these teams that have massive budgets?
Yeah, it's definitely different than it was years ago. Knowing people is so important. You used to be able to, get to know a young man as a sophomore in high school and recruit him for 2-3 years, and you knew him, the family, everybody involved. Now with the portal, you don't know who's hitting the portal, and usually if they hit, they're deciding within a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And so you've probably heard stories, but I mean, it's pretty much you're on your phone, the whole day, the whole night, trying to make up 2 years of ground, into 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And so I think trusting people, seeing what programs they came from. There's a lot of different things that you probably put more of a precedence on now than what you did, years ago.
Yeah. One thing I know, I was talking to Utah State's head coach Jared Calhoun. He talks about how much he has to fundraise. Like he's spending so much time. Does that end up making up a big part of your calendar? Is just doing fundraising?
Fundraising. You have to look at that as you schedule games. That's a big thing. Obviously, and just people coming to practice, being involved with the program, and it's such a vital part of college sports right now in general. And so, there's a lot more on our plates from that side. I would say that the takeaway would be, with the portal, you maybe don't recruit the high school kids quite as long as what you used to, and so maybe you save a little time there, but divert it right to fundraising and other things.
Yeah. And then just kind of last question: what's the most excited thing you're most excited for? I get my words the right order about playing in the Mountain West this season, being part of the conference.
Yeah, I think just the tradition of the league and the good teams, the good coaches. I think as a coach, you want to get better, and you get better by going against really good coaches. And I think the same for the players. Our players came to the Mountain West. They want to play against the best players in the country, and so it's a great opportunity for all of us.
All right, thanks so much, Head Coach Bryce Drew. Thank you very much for coming on.
Thanks.
All right, have a good one. All right, we're back here at Mountain West Media Days. Nevada head coach Steve Alford. And as I was researching a bunch of the teams, and I think I had this notes for some of the other players, there are a million random connections to UCLA of all teams.
Is that
you
right?
know, Donovan Dent going to UCLA, and then Dylan Andrews coming from UCLA to Boise State. San Diego State played UCLA early in an exhibition. You came from UCLA. Obviously, that's is a ways to go before you came to Nevada.
Right.
Just I don't know. UCLA just seems to keep poking at the Mountain West every single year, one way or the other. There's kind of a funny coincidence there. But just one thing I want to ask, because I wanted to ask all the head coaches about this, because it's kind of the hot button topic for college basketball. NCAA tournament expansion. They're looking at going to the 76 teams. You know, a lot of the defenders of mid-major basketball, most of them tend to be against it. Most people tend to be against tournament expansion in general. Just how do you kind of feel about that decision to expand the tournament by, I think, another 8 teams or so?
Yeah, I don't know if I've given it much thought or dove into it probably enough to have an opinion of it. Obviously, we've got a great tournament. So anytime you've got a great product, I think it's hard to mess with it. But we've had a great product, and we've messed with it with transfer portal and NIL and collectives and revenue share. And so and now we're splitting leagues everywhere and poaching leagues everywhere. So the landscape is changing. And so does it allow for more athletes to have a chance to play in postseason play and those type of things? Because what you're seeing, I think what's evolved over the last 5 years is that, you know, and our team, and I think we've turned down NIT because of players not wanting to play if it's not the NCAA because they're getting into the portal.
Yeah.
And so it used to be. I mean, we went to the NIT championship game against UCLA and Reggie Miller back my sophomore year, and that set the stage for what we would do 2 years later and winning the national championship. So. I think postseason is great. It's just now because of the portal, most athletes, and you look at bowl games in football, if it's not a legit bowl game, and I think we have a lot of bad bowl games, players don't want to play in those. And so you're seeing that in basketball now. You're seeing players don't want to play unless it's in the NCAA tournament. So it is a way of correcting that, expanding it, or do we just keep it like it is and know that we're going to have, outside of the NCAA tournament, we're going to have a lot of watered-down events?
Yeah. Even with the college basketball crown, that seems to be – I know Boise State was able to play in that. It seems like kind of prime, like they're basically playing as the portal's going on. It seems like that's hard to get someone to.
The timing is really hard. It's going – your Final Four week.
Yeah.
So it's to get players to wait, that long to play again. There's a lot of players that just don't want to do that because they want to get a head start on the portal and see what's going on. Or if it's not head start on the portal, you're dealing with the agents of trying to retain that kid. Yeah. So I think that's just until we get guardrails that way, I think it's hard to figure out if it needs expansion or not, because more than expansion, I think right now we just need guardrails on. I'm all for players, getting paid now and those type of things, as long as we got guardrails, and I'm all for the transfer. But I'm more in favor of one. You get that one time, but it can't be open free agency where you just get a transfer every year, and you don't like how things are going, so you're in the portal in January every year. That makes no sense to our game, in my opinion.
Now, I think one coach suggested almost buyouts, where if you transfer some.
The argument's always been, coaches can move. Well, yeah. I don't know if I buy that argument, because I was a player before I was a coach, and you earned that right as an adult.
Yeah.
I went to college to go from being a young man to a man. Once I became a man and I got into coaching, I earned that right through coaching. If I want to move, I can move. Now, in every contract I've had, and I've been very blessed to be in 6 terrific places to coach, I've had buyouts. So if I left, then the school I left was getting some kind of financial benefit from that. Or if you get fired as a coach, you can move and those type of things. Then put buyouts in players' contracts. Yeah. And if you're going to make it like this open border thing to where you can just do whatever you want, then you've got to have some kind of buyout on the players as well. But I still am way in favor of you got to do that one transfer the way it is right now, and that's it. I think we would correct a lot of issues in our game if it was just one time to transfer like they do.
So let's talk about actual basketball. There's a lot of fun things. But like, looking at the Mountain West, you have a few teams that are kind of the favorites. Basically, they're the ones who return some players. And then there's kind of everyone like, I guess, 4 on down in the preseason poll. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of new players. You're one of those teams. You do bring some guys back with Chuck and with Tyler. So what do you guys got to prove as far as like you're bringing in new guys? What are the things you feel like you need to prove to people who they have some doubt about? You know, obviously they don't want to have doubt about the Nevada program, but what do you guys got to prove to get back on that level where there's more confidence in some of these teams with returners?
Yeah, I think, you know, if you ask me, like I know San Diego State's loaded. They retained a lot. They had a couple guys hurt that are back. So I know how good they are. Other than that, I don't know if I can name 3-4 players on anybody's roster because you don't really learn until you stick getting box scores now here in the fall of who got what in the portal. So it's like us. You know, this is my 35th year. I've been so blessed in this business. In 35 years, I've never had 10 new players, and I got 10 new players. We retained 4, and we've gone out and reloaded with 10 guys, and I love this team. I'm very excited about it. We've had a great summer. We had a great Bahamas trip. We played first exhibition game. We did a lot of good things at Utah. So I really like this team, and I think we have a high ceiling. It's just connecting 10 new guys to the 4 retaining. And I think and that's a credit to the players. They've done a really good job this summer of doing that. I think we're going to be better, but you got to play the games to see what's going to happen. But I do think right now, if you had to start the season now, I think it's legit. San Diego State's probably not probably. I think they're the best team right now. And now you got to play the games to see how that factors out. And I think that if we continue to work, continue to do what we're doing, we've got the talent that we're gonna be in the mix somewhere.
So you mentioned the exhibition. You already played a game near my neck of the woods against Utah. You get the win there. I wasn't sure what to make of either you or Utah. You mentioned did some good things. What are the biggest things you saw in that game with your team?
Well, going to a Big 12 opponent, and again, it's an exhibition game, but now it's not just scrimmages. They're live exhibition games. You're getting crowds, you're getting bands, you're getting cheerleaders, you're getting and I like that. I like the rule of being able to play Division I schools instead of non-D1 schools because now you're getting like teams, like bodies, like athletes. And so I thought it was a good feel for us. We played 12 guys. We had a couple guys out, just like Utah had, but you know, we led most of that game, and to do that, turned them over 18 times, which is something defensively we really like. We only had 10 turnovers ourselves, and we didn't shoot the ball well, but we were able to score 80 points and do a lot of good things offensively on a Big 12 floor. For us, in early October, like it is, to go do what we did, it's kind of what we've been seeing in the summer. And now we got one more exhibition with Eastern Washington on Saturday, and then we tip it on the 4th against La Tech. So I'm anxious to see how we just keep getting better week to week.
Is the fact that the exhibitions are now public to a degree, I know not all of them are on TV or whatnot, does that change your approach? Because closed door, you can kind of like, hey, we're just going to throw these lineups kind of informal, almost like a glorified practice.
Right.
Do you still approach it maybe in a similar way, or do you have to adjust things to where it's more public now?
We approached it that we were going to play a lot of guys, and so we didn't play. But I do think we're going to be a team this year that'll play 10 to 12 guys. I really do. If we stay healthy, our depth is what's going to be a strength of what we do. But and trying to wear teams down, I think that's our approach right now. That could change with injuries, obviously, and challenges that the season presents. But I like how it's set up now. I like being able to play. I'd even be in favor of 3, or you could play 3 exhibition games, especially if our practice season is going to continue to start in September. You know, I'd probably be one of those guys that I wish college basketball was October 1 and we had a date across the whole globe that everybody knew that, like the old days where October 15th was when basketball started, October 1 would be when basketball started. And I think 4 to 5 weeks is plenty of time for practice, knowing that we've had all summer with our guys as well. But adding a 3rd exhibition game might be something that everybody should look at, just because I think guys get tired of going against one another. And when you go against somebody else, we've had film. We've watched film every day since the Utah game with our guys. Like, we've shown them tape for 3 straight practices since the Utah game of just breaking that down, of what they did against us that we got to correct. And maybe it was screening, cutting, whatever it may be that we got to work on. That's helpful. So I think the more games you can kind of get in the preseason helps you.
So I don't want to keep you too long, but Elijah Price, I think he was one of the top transfers from within the Mountain West, stayed in the Mountain West. and preseason All Mountain West now. What do you see out of him? I think he's one of the few sophomores that made that team.
Yeah, a young player that's, I think, getting better. He's a redshirt at Drake before he went to Fresno, and had a very good year last year. Double type guy, high motor, and somebody that gives us a big shot in the arm. Obviously, we lost Nick to Clemson, so to lose Nick and gain Elijah. That's a really good athlete that fills that void for us, that can play the 4 and the 5 like Nick did for us. He can guard 5 positions. He's very athletic, very good rebounder, and I think his scoring is just going to continue to get enhanced.
And real quick, you brought in a couple of junior college guys, Vaughn, and I'm suddenly forgetting the other guys. I think you had a few junior college or
we got one junior college in, Vaughn Weems, who's the second leading scorer in junior college last year, a lefty that can really, really score and really guard. He's a good two-way player. And then Joel Armingtraden is from Riverside. We haven't had a big like this, a very athletic, high motor kid that we've really liked. Caleb Lowry is from the NAIA Masters, a very good program, well coached. He was 3-time NAIA Player of the Year, 6'8", again, another two-way player that can play inside out. Corey Camper from UTEP, outstanding two-way player that we're very excited about. And Tayshawn Comer, very good combo point guard, off guard that can score and distribute from Evansville, who's from Indiana, won a state championship at Cathedral, and he's been well coached. So those are a couple of the guys that we've been able to add to what we've been doing.
All right, thank you so much, Chief Steve, for coming on.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Talk to you guys later.
Thank you.
All right, we're back here with Cache Valley Daily, streaming Mountain West Media Days. Got Chuck Bailey III, and then Tyler Rollison. Am I saying that right? Rollison? Okay. Got to make sure. I turn your mic down. There we go. Got to make sure we can hear you guys. So Nevada picked, I think, what was it, tied for 7th? So a little bit of uncertainty, and we'll start with you guys, Chuck. Usually when you're picked lower, especially with a program like Nevada, it basically signals, hey, we don't know much about you guys yet. What are you guys trying to show the Mountain West? Say, hey, you don't know this about us yet, but you're about to find out.
That we just a hard-working team, and that all summer we've been together and we've been in practice and we've been pushing each other and we're ready to compete. So that's one thing I think we want to tell people, and then we're excited to play. So yeah.
Then Tyler, you're stepping into a bigger role. There's been a lot of fantastic playmakers with Nevada. What are you looking at as far as taking that next step? Obviously, you're playing last season, playing a key role. What's that next step for you look like?
Just playmaking again, and just also putting the ball in the basket and just leading the team into, the wins, and then that's it for him.
There's a lot of guys coming from JUCO, NAIA that are some ballers, guys that have scored a lot of points. Vaughn Weems, he put up some pretty gaudy numbers, in the JUCO ranks. What have you seen from some of your guys' teammates where they know how to put the ball in the bucket?
Basically what you just said. Everything, all their numbers and stuff that they was putting up where they was at recently last year just shows in practice and that they're really good players and they could compete.
Yeah, they like a guy like Vaughn, finding ways to score. Vaughn, he cut, he cut, he offensive rebound. He just has a knack for scoring. So yeah, definitely that.
Is it tricky guarding lefties sometimes? Because he's a left-handed player. Is it ever tricky to guard those guys?
It's always tricky to guard lefties, I feel like, in a sense. You never know. They always have deep bags. I feel like they could score the ball. So, yeah.
So I know you guys, you've already played an exhibition. Of course, a few teams in the Mountain West have played an exhibition. You played at Utah, close to my neck of the woods in Salt Lake. I'm up in Logan. But you play a Big 12 team. You beat them on their court. Just, we'll start with you, Chuck. Just what are the things that got you excited about having that kind of result?
Going into a Big 12, a venue and beating a team that good, I feel like Utah is a pretty good, decent team. Just showing that we can compete and we can play hard and we can actually have a chance. That's how I felt about that game. So.
And then Tyler, I know when I talked with Coach Alford, he talked about the defense. 18 turnovers. Was that kind of an emphasis for you guys? Is turning them over? I know it's kind of a focus for every defense, but as well as like for you executing that game plan, getting those turnovers.
It was good. We're a smaller team, so we try to just make people speed up and just play fast. So I think them having 18 turnovers was just one of the biggest things, and just showed that we could compete at any level with anybody.
So I'll ask each of this. We'll start with you, Chuck, because a lot of times in these preseason polls, people focus on people they know. I've kind of asked about this, but Elijah Price gets on the preseason team, but you guys, projected starters for this team, what are the biggest areas of growth where you're looking at in your game to show people what kind of player you can be in the Mountain West?
Definitely one of the biggest growths I feel like I had over the offseason shooting. Being able to shoot the long ball and being able to show that I can get trust in coaching them to shoot the long ball and decision making and being able to be on the ball a little more. So yeah, that's one of my biggest growths I feel like I had this summer and that I'm going to have during the season.
Yeah, and Tyler, kind of same question. Just biggest area of growth you're looking at to prove to the Mountain West who you can be?
Shooting off the ball and really just leading. Just trying to lead my team and just do what I got to do for us to just be good and be better.
So I know a lot of Utah State fans are fiercely proud of the Spectrum. What's it like, going into that environment? Did you guys play in the Spectrum last year? I suddenly can't remember. I think you did. Just what's that experience like, especially compared to, it's not the only great venue. There's a lot of fantastic venues, Lawler as well. Just what's it like playing in these road venues, especially the Spectrum? We'll start with you, Chuck.
Yeah, Utah State last year was, I think that was one of the first Mountain West games that New Mexico was. But Utah State is definitely up there. I love playing in there. It was a great environment last year, and I'm excited to go back there and play again this year and, give the fans a show. So, yeah.
What's the most creative fan insult? Hopefully nothing terrible, but, what's the most creative, fan chatter you've heard? Maybe not just from the Spectrum, but for anywhere.
Oh, you hear it all.
Yeah, you hear
especially
it all.
At Utah State, you hear it all, especially there.
Utah State, New Mexico, you hear it all.
Yeah, they try and dig up a lot of random. Like I said, I'm hoping it's nothing personal and derogatory, but
usually, it's always funny games. I feel like
usually it's fun when they can come up with something funny and creative there.
Definitely.
Just so. Looking at the Mountain West, there's a lot of teams that are replacing most of their team. You guys, one of those things was 10 newcomers. That seems to be the new normal. It's like Nevada's bringing back 10 players, and New Mexico's replacing their whole roster, and Colorado State's replacing 90% of the roster. Just, do you feel like at this point it's not really a bad thing for teams to be replacing most of their team, considering most people seem to be doing that anyway?
Now in this day and age, the transfer portal and NIL, how everything goes. So I just feel like, it ain't nothing really too serious for real. It's just basketball, so I just go with it.
Oh, yeah, exactly what Tyler said. Transfer portal has changed everything with college basketball. So at the end of the day, it's basketball. You got to get out there and play. So
I don't want to keep you guys too long, but what's the thing you guys are just most excited for with this season, just basketball as a whole and in the Mountain West Conference?
Putting everybody on notice about Nevada.
No, definitely that, what Tyler said. Putting everybody on notice, showing everybody we play hard and we're going to compete. So.
Yep.
I know Nevada's always been one of those good teams, so we'll look forward to another good one here.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll be back after this. right, we're back here, Cache Valley Daily, streaming Mountain West Media Days. We got, I suddenly managed to forget your name.
Eric Olin.
Eric Olin. I literally just, and especially because my co-host of my radio show is named Eric. That is supremely embarrassing
we're good.
for me.
I'm a forgettable face over here. It's all good.
Trying to remember all these different names and faces, and that is like the two things that I am the worst. I literally have to have a chart telling me everyone's faces, being like, who's this SID? Who's this player? Who's this coach? Especially since we got a few new faces in the Mountain West. I guess, you're one of the new faces in the Mountain West. Of course, you faced some Mountain West teams last year. You faced Utah State. I believe there was another one. Didn't you face another Mountain West team?
We played at San Diego State.
Yeah, San Diego State. So a couple of encounters already coming to New Mexico. Of course, kind of the interesting thing is there's only two teams that beat Utah State in the Spectrum last year. UC San Diego, and now the team you're with, New Mexico. So I know.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, Utah State fans are very proud of the Spectrum, but you've been part of a team that came in, spoiled what was a pretty good start for them, and you're going to the team that kind of beat them out for the Mountain West title last year. But let's start with your move to New Mexico. What was that like for you going from UC San Diego, who you'd taken to pretty big heights, and you're coming to New Mexico? What finally brought you over to the Mountain West?
Well, yeah, I mean it's this program. It's Lobo Nation. It's the fan support, the history, tradition of the program. I mean, if you're paying attention to college basketball, specifically on the West Coast, then New Mexico is one of those places that it's not an opportunity that you feel like you can pass up. And so we're fired up to be here, excited to get started, and really appreciative of the opportunity.
So a lot of teams have to face the challenge of replacing a lot of players. Nevada's bringing in like 10 new players. UNLV's replacing most of their roster. New Mexico, you're replacing everything. Coaching staff, players. I don't know. Hopefully they're not getting a new stadium, because that's a pretty good way. Feels like you're replacing everything with the program.
We're all in on the pit.
So what's just that been like, where obviously the program New Mexico is, you don't really need too many words to describe how great it is, but you guys are all new to that. How do you try and step into that? It's like, you guys are New Mexico basketball now, but none of you have really interacted with a ton. How do you kind of just envelop yourself in that program?
Yeah, well, it starts with sort of leaning into that newness, right? Like we're kind of all in this together. We all came to Albuquerque for the same thing, is trying to build a great basketball program and represent, UNM and all the Lobo fans in the right way. And so, it just starts with embracing that and understanding that, we're all new, but there's a recognition of the history of the program and what makes it special, and that's all part of why we chose to be there, right? So really, trying to just lean into that, and we know that if we can just try to become the best team that we can, then all the other stuff will take care of itself.
And kind of speaking of the prestige of the New Mexico program, usually when you're replacing an entire new roster, I've seen that with a few teams like Utah State when they're replacing most of their roster, they get picked 8th, 9th, whatever. You guys are picked 5th. Despite replacing all that, do you feel like that speaks to not just who New Mexico is as a program, but also the job you've done in recruiting, that people have confidence that you'll be kind of in that upper echelon of the conference, despite the tendency for people to not vote for teams replacing everybody?
Yeah, no, I think that it's kind of part of the landscape now. If you look at, Utah State's a great example of that. A couple times. Changes in a row where they had turnover.
Couple new head coaches.
They maybe were able to keep some players and some good players, so that helps. But at the same time, right, that's, having seen teams in the conference have that success even with the change could potentially affect that kind of thing. I think, it's probably a compliment to the more to my staff for the group that they assembled. I do think we have a talented team, but we got a little ways to go to, be able to kind of make it all gel and things like that. But I like our pieces. I like our guys. I think we have the right group. See what happens. We can't wait to start.
So let's talk about one of those particular guys, Dayton Albury, coming from Utah State to New Mexico. Just what stood out to you about him? There's one thing, he's a pretty fast guy. Just what about him as a player overall stood out to you and his ability to contribute for you guys?
Yeah, well, I just think the season that he had last year, I thought he was a really productive player last season and on a really good Utah State team. And again, we played against Utah State, so we saw Dayton in person. And then, they were really deep last year. They had a lot of talent in the backcourt. And so, looking at Dayton's production in the role that he had, and so our hope is that, okay, can we get him in some of those positions? I thought they did a great job of getting Dayton into positions of strength, transition into space to attack the basket, things like. Can we create a similar environment for him and then scale up the role? We feel like if he can maintain the production that he had previously in that scaled up version, then that's a pretty good player.
Yeah, and like he's preseason All Mountain West. That's typically those are guys that are expected to be very productive players. You feel like he can be one of those. I don't know if I want to put stat totals on there, but you look at 15-point per game guys. Like, do you feel like he can be one of those leading these producers in the conference?
I think he has that opportunity. I mean, I don't know about the specific points, but
yeah, it's always tricky to start venturing into that range.
I don't even think about him that way, right? Like we talk about like your usage and your volume and different things like that. So, he's an aggressive player, right? Like his style is somewhat like kind of relentless. He's always attacking, and so he's naturally going to be a pretty high usage player. We're trying to encourage that to where. Like we talked about it, kind of expanding on some of the things that he was doing last year. I've been pleasantly surprised at the way he's seen the floor and some of the the playmaking that he's brought, as well as kind of the rim pressure. So that was something that he wasn't maybe asked to do as much, or just didn't materialize for him last year. There was some of it, but like what we've seen, and we feel like we have some good pieces around him in terms of shooting and trying to space the floor. And I think when Dayton has space, then he's pretty dangerous in the open floor or with enough room to attack.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. Like whenever he gets going downhill, it's like heaven help you. It's really hard to stop him when he gets going.
Fast with the basketball.
I've been asking a few coaches about this because one of the hot button topics for kind of college basketball as a whole is expansion with the NCAA tournament. I know you got UC San Diego there, and you guys won your first game, didn't you? Or you?
No, unfortunately, we
really
dropped a tight one to Michigan.
Okay, yeah, it was really close. That's what I remember. I know I picked you guys to win that game.
Yeah, a lot of
I thought
you
were
picking us. I wasn't thrilled with all.
Yeah, sometimes that's a bad sign. It's the favorite to be the upset.
It's like maybe pick a different 5-12. Like
I guess just what are your thoughts on expanding that? Just theoretically more opportunities maybe for the mid-major, or there's some people that are fiercely against it. Just have you given much thought to that at all?
Yeah, I think as someone who loves college basketball, it's a little weird not even for it to be 64 at this point.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, well, once we get off 64, it's sort of like you've opened
should they start changing the seeding numbers? Like, because now we're doing this
I don't know what to do with it. And then I think as a team in a one bid league last year, that we really had an amazing season and had like some incredible metrics, right? Like we were 35 in the net, top 40 in KenPom. I thought that our team did about everything that they could do, to create a resume. And so to think that, like, how good that team was, like, because we felt like that was a team that was good enough to advance. Like, we didn't advance, but, like, we felt like we built a team that was good enough to advance the NCAA tournament. To think that if, it's the challenge of being in a one-bid league, and one of the reasons that, this iteration of the Mountain West is fun to be part of is that, a little room for error is nice. Like, you have one bad night, and, I think we were fortunate in the Big West to have two. We had two of the best teams in the Big West in the last 20 years, right? And one of us, we were fortunate to be the one that won and went on, and Irvine went and had a really good NIT, but, like, that was a tournament-level team, and I think, like, the way that some of the scheduling and the metrics are being used, that it really is boxing out some of the lower level mid-major teams that I think really make March Madness part of what it is, right? Like, everybody, if you just have all the high majors in there, then it's not really that same story, and so I have mixed emotions, right? Like, expanding it maybe provides more opportunity, but then there's this classic love for what it's always been, and you don't want to lose either thing. So I don't know the answer. It's why there's so much debate about it, and it's an amazing event that we all want to be part of and all love, and I think everybody's hoping for the best with how it goes forward.
And you mentioned kind of mid-majors maybe getting boxed out. Like, it feels like scheduling, because I've been following Utah State, their attempts to schedule literally anybody. How difficult is it to build a tournament resume type thing, type schedule, like when maybe a lot of the high majors aren't really willing to schedule you? I'm sure you ran into that at UC San Diego. You had to travel to Utah State. And I can't imagine it's much easier at New Mexico trying to get a tournament level resume.
No, it's a real challenge, and I think it's something like if you look at if you go and look at all the schedules in the Mountain West, non-conference quad 1, quad 2 home games, you're going to have a hard time finding those.
Yeah.
Right? Across the board. Everybody, right? Like everyone has to go, right? We have all these great home environments, and, you'd think like, oh, yeah, let's be part of that. Let's get a great home and home, or we'll come there, but it's just not. And it's nobody's, I don't blame the other coaches at the other schools, right? Like it's maybe not in their best interest to play certain games because of how the metrics play out. And but you're losing some of the essence of college basketball of it's awesome to go play at Utah State. It's awesome to play at the Pit, and I think all of us where we are, we would love those home and home opportunities, but, everybody's got to make decisions for their program that make the most sense, and it takes two to schedule. And so, like if you look at all the quad 1 and quad 2 non-conference opportunities in the Mountain West, a significant portion of them are on neutral courts, maybe on the road. It's I won't say impossible, but it is
really
extremely difficult to get a quad 1 or quad 2 home game. So, sometimes you have to schedule a team that's maybe not in that quadrant or not projected in that quadrant and hope they have a really good year. We started home and home with Santa Clara, right? Really good basketball team, but are we 100% sure they're going to be in the top 75? No, so if they're 80 and not 70, then our schedule changes. And did the quality of that team really change? No. So you kind of have to hope for the best, schedule the best you can, create a challenging schedule that you hope, and then hope that those teams, Utah State's probably doing the same thing. Any bubble team is doing the same thing where you're watching all your opponents and saying okay, well, if they could win that one and maybe they could get up one quad, if they could move up 4 spots, that's a quad for us. It's, so you just
you become fans of a lot of different teams.
And then at some point you're just well, I can't even root for all this, right? They're mutually exclusive. We can't have all these results. So you just then you just give up and hope for the best.
Just kind of final quick question here. Just what's the biggest thing you're most excited for jumping into the Mountain West, jumping into New Mexico? What's the thing you're looking forward to most this year?
I think it's just competing in this conference and in these environments. Obviously, playing the home games in the Pit is something that I've been hearing about and thinking about since we took the job. And but it's with this last iteration of the Mountain West, I think we want to go and enjoy all these. Right, we're excited to come to Utah State at the end and hear how the fans respond to Dayton Albert's name getting called. And so I think those are some of the things that there's challenges on your schedule, but they're also it's a lot of fun to participate and compete in those type of environments. I think as competitive people in this business, that's really what you're looking for all the time.
It's kind of what college basketball is all about.
Absolutely.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah.
All right, thanks so much. Eric Olin, I didn't forget your name this time. Thank you so much for coming on. Have a good one. All right, we're back here streaming Mountain West Media Days, Mountain West Basketball Media Days. We got Colby Garland and Pasha Gadarzi. I'm trying to say some of these names right. Of course, you're not as bad as one of the Grand Canyon forwards. Like, holy cow, I'm not good at remembering names, much less pronouncing them. But San Jose, I mean, picked a little further down the order, and usually, you know, when you look at the preseason poll, it's basically a level of how much do we know about this team. Teams they know about, they pick at the top. Teams they don't know as much about, they pick toward the bottom. So I'll start with you, Colby. Just like, what's the thing that you want people to know about you that they don't know right now about your team?
I think the only thing, I mean, just our identity right now is being just play hard, man. I think that every day is opportunity to get better. Every day that the Lord wakes you up is another opportunity to get better, and that's what we're doing all the way from the summer, all the way from June, all the way up to this point. So just playing hard as we can. That's going to be our identity. We're not as big or as long as the other teams, so it's going to be the hardest playing team. So I think that's going to be something that we want people to think about us.
All right, Pacha, just same question for you.
Yeah, kind of to add on what Colby said, I would say our identity as a team is that we work and we work together. I think with a lot of teams with, you know, all the transferring and NIL, it's hard to get a team to work together and want to play together. And I think this team has a buy-in that this is my third year being a part of San Jose State, and there's a buy-in with this team that I think is special. So if there was one thing to tell people about San Jose State basketball this year, I'd say there's a team that wants to win, and there's a buy-in that I haven't seen before.
So the thing with both of you, unfortunately I was researching Jermaine, but for Poch, you're stepping in here. But I'll ask Kaz both the same question. Like, you're looking to step into bigger roles. You're with the team last year. Colby, you were with the team last year, right?
No,
you're transfer. Okay. Transfer, where was it from?
Longwood.
Longwood, okay, that's right. So I guess all I ask you as a newcomer, like, you're stepping in. And I think if I remember, I was looking up, there's a lot of history of good guards coming through here. Josh Duce last year, Alvaro Cardenas, heck, go back to Amari Moore. You're maybe stepping into some of that role with expected to be one of those good guards, kind of on par with those. I know there's a lot of difference between those players, but just what are you looking at as far as trying to step in and be a leader on this team on and off the court?
Those guys are obviously, like you said, those professional basketball players now. They played on the San Antonio G League team. I mean, not G League, I'm sorry, the Summer League team.
Yeah.
Now they're overseas. So those are great players that coach. They play with Coach Miles. Coach Miles got them, molded them to a great player. I think it's going to be big shoes to fill, but I think it's no pressure at all. Those are great guys, and we're just coming in. I'm just looking to do my job and do what I can to help my team win.
Okay, so yeah, in Poch, you mentioned you've been with San Jose, you've been with this team through some ups and downs. Just what's the role you're looking at? You know, you're here at Mountain West Media. That's usually indicative of being a leader and being one of the experienced guys. What are you looking to bring with this team?
Yeah, like you said, I would say a big piece for me is just providing experience and leadership to the team. I've seen this conference. I've seen what the road games look like. I've seen all of it for the past 2 years, and just being there for my teammates and just going through it with them, really, because I've been there before. I think I can help them with the pressure that comes with it. At the end of the day, I just want to do what I can to help the team win, offensively, defensively, leadership-wise. So I would say my role is just do everything I can to help the team win.
So I'll ask you this, Pasha, what do you tell newcomers like Colby stepping in here? You've played at some of the toughest venues in the Mountain West, Viejas, the Spectrum, the Pit, all these others. What do you have to impart on some of these newcomers about like what it's like to play in this conference on the road, and even when you're playing these guys at home? Yeah,
I would say the biggest thing, and actually we see it a lot in practice, is just letting the new guys know that this conference is physical. You're not going to get calls that you want, especially when you're on the road. These are all things that we have to learn to play through in practice in order to be able to execute it in the game. So trying to limit as much complaining in practice about fouls and just playing through physicality, and nothing's really going to go on in your favor when you're on the road. It's really you. It's the 5 guys on the court versus 8 with the refs. Because there's always an advantage when you play at home. So I would say, just working through those things in practice has been a big thing that I've talked to the guys about.
And then I'll start with you, Colby. Like, Tim Miles has been at San Jose State for a few years. I know, Pasha, you know him well, but what was your kind of impression of Tim Miles as a coach when he's recruiting you, and so far in the offseason, what's it been like playing for him?
The one thing I've learned, and one thing, I apply him on, he's been the same guy. The same guy that recruited me is the same guy to this day. He's a legendary coach. Obviously, just got inducted into the Hall of Fame, so congrats on him for that. He's a great coach. He's an interesting coach. He gets his points across in different ways. Not always yelling, sometimes yelling, But he's just a coach that's, that's versatile. He adjusts to his players, and I think that's something that makes him the legendary coach. He's a great guy, man. Great coach.
So, I guess ask this same question, Pasha, but now you've known him longer. Like, what's been kind of the key for you as you've been coached by him? And obviously, players have a decision to leave just about every year. What's the thing that's, kept you around this San Jose program?
Yeah. I would say kind of to piggyback on what Colby said is the first day I met him, he's the same guy today. What drew me to San Jose State and to play for Coach Miles is he's a very honest guy. What he tells you is what you get. He's not going to promise you something that he's not going to promise you something and then you don't get it. And I think the biggest thing with Coach Miles, he's very direct. He tells you what you need to do to be on the court, and he gives you the opportunity to prove it in practice. And I think that's all you can ask for as a player is a coach being honest with you for what he needs to see to put you on the court. You have to be able to produce. And, I would just say the fact that he's honest, he's direct, and the fact that as players we like to play for him is something that has drawn me back, because I would say everyone that has come to San Jose State has really enjoyed playing for Coach Miles.
So when you look across the conference, there's a lot of teams where there's some uncertainty. You guys, there's a lot of newcomers. Heck, it seems like the entire mid-pack of the Mountain West, at least in the preseason poll, it's a bunch of teams with a bunch of new players. Do you guys see opportunity in that? And hey, look, if there's some uncertainty, you guys can make a jump up and beat a lot of the expectations. Do you guys look at it that way, or is it more just you're focused on yourselves and you're looking for a challenge? We'll start with you, Pasha.
I would say it's a mixture of both. Most importantly, though, it's about us and doing what we can every day in practice to make ourselves the best team that we can be. I would say there is some truth to that, though, where there is a little mix in the middle, and we absolutely recognize as a team that there is an opportunity to jump. And I think the work we put in the summer and the fall, we put in a lot of work together. We're getting better, and I think those things will be shown as we get to conference play, and hopefully those things will allow us to get to that higher pack.
Then I'll ask you this, Colby. There's a lot of fantastic guard lines in the Mountain West. How do you feel like you and just the San Jose group of guards are going to stack up against some of these other guys? Mason Falslev, Utah State, Miles Bird. He's maybe kind of a wing, but he's also a guard. How do you feel like you guys stack up against some of these really good guard units in the Mountain West?
I think we have heart. Like I said, another guy that didn't make it here, Jermaine Washington, is another backcourt member. I think that he's very, very tough. The physicality, like Pat said, it's going to be a lot of physicality. I think that we just got to play with their heart. They play with the want. I think that we're good enough, we're skilled enough. Obviously, we wouldn't be here if we're not. So I think that we have the talent. It's just we got to match their intensity, the intensity level, and the physicality level. And I think that we'll be fine. So.
All right. Thanks so much. I'm getting mixed with the words.
Good.
Thank you so much, Colby Garland. And I got to say your last name again. Pasha, I've been saying that the whole time.
Godarzi.
Godarzi. See, that's why I'm terrible. That's the problem with that. Jermaine, I had his name down, and then I managed to forget it. But thank you so much, guys, for coming on. Good luck on the season.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we're back here at Mountain West Media Days. Reese Dixon Waters with San Diego State. I know heading into last year, there was a lot of high-up expectations. You're going to be one of the key players. Didn't end up working out. There were some injuries. Just what's that like where preseason you kind of have that taken away from you? How do you bounce back mentally and be ready for this season just as much as you were ready for last season?
I just had to stay consistent with my treatment, talk with my family, be open with them, communicate with them my feelings. Also, it helped a lot being able to pour into other people, throughout the season, like talking to my teammates and helping them out, helping them get through their frustration. And I do think that me being out, it helped a lot of guys in areas because they had to play more, they had to get more experience and take up a bigger role than they were going to have if I had played. So I think it definitely helped a lot. And I don't look at any situation and look at the negatives. I did at first, but now looking back on it, obviously I think it helped everybody out.
I know you mentioned players that helped out. Seems Miles Bird, maybe one of the biggest, where maybe he wasn't going to step into that big role, stepped into it, and he played incredibly well. Now you get to play next to him. So I just feel like that makes you just as much of a better team this year than maybe you could have been last year. Now that Miles has more experience than maybe you would have.
Yeah, definitely. Not only did Miles get a lot of experience as well, I think a lot of dudes like BJ, Taj, I think it helped them a lot too because they got to experience big minutes, especially with Taj coming in as a freshman. Playing as much as he did, he got to experience a lot of different situations that now he knows how to handle, especially now, like seeing him in practice every day in the exhibition we played, seeing his growth was great. Being able to play with Miles is it's a lot of fun. When we play in practice, it's a lot of fun, and I'm excited for the season.
What have you seen from the growth of this team? Because last year, a lot of freshmen, a lot of sophomores, redshirt freshmen, still did incredibly well. Just like, do you feel like this team is going to be even more amazing now that you went through some of those, or young players went through some of those experiences, had a few hard knocks, but it seems like this team is all the better for it now with more experience.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's always growing pains, with every team, especially now in college basketball. People are always on a different team, different coaches or whatever. With us, we try to keep the culture the same, so I think that's why a lot of the players came back because of the culture, because of Coach Dutch, along with the other coaches. So I definitely think that helps. And along with the growing pains, we get frustrated. We're a family. We have times where we fight, get into it, but it's all good because at the end of the day, I think it helps us build character. It builds, togetherness within the team, so it definitely helps.
What's the biggest improvement you've seen this team make from last year to this year?
I would just say maturity, within the game and outside of the game. And I think as men, playing in college basketball, one of the main things you want to do is grow as a man and not only a basketball player. And I think a lot of players have done that.
So San Diego State, not just finished first, unanimous, which I think hasn't happened in a few years. I mean, you've been at San Diego State, you know that this is a program that has a target on its back, but just feel like that adds to it a little bit where it's like, hey, you're getting every team's best shot, maybe even more so than usual.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I'm a competitor, so whether we're ranked first or last, I'm always going to play like the next team is looked at as better than us, so in terms of what it looks like, it looks great, that everybody picked us to win, but we got to actually prove that.
Yeah. So I know after a year off, what is the thing you want to remind people most about you, about what you were about to bring last year and what you're going to bring this year?
Well, I got all the confidence in myself because I believe that, every time I step on the floor, I'm the best player, regardless of who's on the floor. And I'm just, it's not really to remind other people because for me, their opinions of me doesn't really matter. It's more about me proving it to, God and myself, that I'm the one that put in the work, and was thankful for all the situations that I've been through and the challenges that I've been through. So it's more about me proving it to me. I don't have anything that I want to prove to anybody else.
So you guys got to step on the court against UCLA. Got to host them in Viejas. Obviously, that result didn't go maybe the way you're hoping, but sometimes these preseason failures can be pretty good teachers. What do you feel like you guys learned most from that game?
Yeah, we learned. I think we knew we played together and we were never going to quit. But going down 17-0 in the first 8 minutes, it showed me that, we got a lot to work on in terms of our turnovers. We turn the ball over a lot and our transition defense. But ever since that game, we've been, watching film and we've gotten a lot better at that. And I think, that game helped us a lot and just in terms of our growth as a team and individually.
All right, Reese Dixon Waters. Reese Dixon Waters. I'm being terrible with names today.
That's all good.
Thank you so much for coming on. I'll be back, and we'll have Miles Bird on as well.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're back here after a quick break. Jason Walker here with Cache Valley Daily.
How you doing, Coach? How you doing?
Coach Calhoun sneaking a quick peek in here. We're here with Miles Davis, though, San Diego State. And I guess there was a lot of maybe anxious San Diego State fans. I don't know if they were too anxious because they're partly excited because you were testing the NBA waters, and everyone's always excited to see their guys go to the NBA, but maybe selflessly hoping you come back, help them to another great season. You end up coming back to San Diego State. Just what was it that I guess we'll start with what did you learn in that NBA process where you're going through all those pre-draft processes, trying to learn from NBA scouts? What was the things you learned from that?
I think just the habits of living like a pro. For 2 to 2.5 months I was living by myself in LA, working out with my agency, treating myself like I am a pro. So I think that helps build habits on and off the court for me. Takes a step up in maturity as well, going through a process like that. But yeah, a lot of the feedback was just I need to be more consistent offensively. They see my defensive impact in the game, and obviously living in the weight room, continue to put on weight, which I feel like I've done a good job of this summer, and just trying to get stronger and be able to take contact a lot better.
So what are those things you try to work on most offensively? Because I think statistically and I think on film it shows that you can be a guy who can put the ball in the bucket. Mm-hmm. Sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't. How do you try and establish that consistency, or in the off season, or is that something you're going to have to just put together in a game?
I think it's shot selection. I think a lot of shots I took last year were tough, especially once we got in the conference and the team started understanding what I like to get to and stuff. Instead of getting to a better shot or getting to the hoop to start the game and get to the free throw line and build momentum that way, I would try to just take deeper threes. Stepping off behind the line instead of stepping up, shot faking, and going to get a good look and build my momentum up. So I think shot selection, and that comes with me. Last year was my first year really playing big minutes. I think I played 12, 13 minutes a game the year before that into playing 30 minutes a game. So it's a huge adjustment. Go from being like the 8th man on the scouting report to probably the top 2 guy on the scouting report last year. So I think this summer I watched a lot of film, and I'm still trying to just understand the landscape of college basketball, understand where I can get my points easier and how to take some stress off myself.
So I know preseason player of the year, you get that nod. It was either you or Mason Falslev. It seems you guys are the top 2 teams in the conference. You played against Mason twice. Is there a rivalry brewing as far as players, or is it just kind of another matchup for you guys?
I got a ton of respect for Mason. I think he's a great player. I think his first year playing was probably my first year playing as well. I'm a lot of respect for Utah State in general. It kind of reminds me of just like the Jaden Ledeeg, Gray Osabor, Darius Brown type of thing, where they normally give the nod to the team that wins conference. I think it'll be a great 2 times playing them, hopefully 3 times in the conference tournament or something like that. So I'm excited for that.
That seems to be the trend. Utah State and San Diego State, whenever they make it to the title game, feels like they're playing each other. It happened 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, 100%.
Were you part of any of those previous matchups?
I
can't remember if it's been a couple of
years. My freshman year, I think we beat you guys in the conference championship.
Yeah.
And then my sophomore year, we had played in the semis or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But San Diego State's had the better for the last 2 or 3 matchups.
I wasn't here, but I definitely remember a lot of talk about the who hit that one shot. The Sam Merrill shot. I watched Sam Merrill play for the Cavs last night, so a lot of good lineage in between Utah State and San Diego State.
Yeah. So, you guys last year, you were one of those young players maybe weren't expecting to take as big a role, but you took a big role. A lot of freshmen, Magoon, Farrow, and Taj, a bunch of guys. Mm-hmm. now you're all sophomores. Of course, you're going into your junior year. A lot of guys, you're older and wiser too. Just what are the things you guys have learned the most after a year where you were pretty good, but you also had some ups and downs a little bit as younger players?
Yeah, I think just taking care of the little things. I mean, I think, it goes unnoticed when you let little things slide and start building maybe not the best habits off the court and on, like during practice and stuff like that. I think, it comes back to bite you in the butt later in the year.
Yeah.
Most teams I've been on under Brian Dutcher is like we just keep getting better and better and better throughout the year. And obviously losing Goon later in the year, that hurt us. But, yeah, I felt like there was like kind of a straight line type of development from the team last year. And I think that all goes into the little things that we were doing and not building the correct habits on and off the court. And, I think we all kind of understand that. We don't want to live this year and regret knowing how good of a team we can be. So, just trying to take care of those little things.
And I'll kind of go back to you. You come back to San Diego State. A lot of star players, in the Mountain West have chosen to leave. They get a bigger paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
You guys had several players, Magoon, yourself, could have left, but you didn't. You're sticking with San Diego State. Just what was that have you guys with this program? I know it's an elite program, but sometimes bigger paychecks are bigger paychecks. But what keeps you with San Diego State?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just confident in myself as a player and as a person. It's always been something I could have left to go to a prep school in high school, and I decided to stay at the local public school and graduate with my friends and stuff like that. So I kind of seen it like that. I mean, it's a loyalty thing for me. Coaches, I wasn't the highest recruited player in the country. The coaches, they took their time with me, recruiting me, and they put their trust into me, and I put my trust into them. So it's just a bond I didn't want to leave. And then, like, for instance, like for Goon, like me and Goon had multiple conversations when he was in the portal and, when I was going through the NBA process thing. And, I mean, the biggest thing for the money part of it was, like, I mean, if you're confident in yourself as a player and you think you're going to be an NBA player, the money will come. So, I mean, you can take a smaller check now and for the bigger check later in the day when you reap the benefits of staying down where you started at.
Yeah. Is there an NBA player you've tried to model your game after? Or I know you're kind of a neat player.
Yeah, I mean, I would think I watch a good amount of people. I mean, I definitely defensive-minded first.
Yeah.
You
go back to Kawhi Leonard. I mean, that's
Kawhi Leonard a little bit. I feel like he's more of an on-the-point guarder and like a one-on-one guard. He takes pride in his matchup. I see myself as like a Dyson Daniels type of dude where,
there you go.
Just flying around, getting deflections. A guy that I've actually grown to really appreciate his game is Derek White of the Celtics. I think he's kind of I can model myself after that because I'm not the best scorer in the world. I'm not the best ball handler in the world. But I think I do everything at a pretty good level, and I think would be a great role player in the NBA.
I know. So you get the preseason player of the year, but I know you're one of the top defenders. I know Magoon got that honor last year. You guys going to battle among each other for defensive player of the year?
I'm definitely going to go out Goon for that defensive player of the year award. I mean,
you got to get some blocks because they really love shot blockers.
They love shot blocking. I think from the guard position, I think I block a good amount of shots. But I'm just glad somebody won it from San Diego State. I mean, I could care less who wins any of the awards, honestly, as long as we do what we need to do as a team. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad Goon won it.
All righty. Thank you so much, Miles Bird, for joining me here on Cash for the Daily. We'll be back after this.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
we're back here streaming Mountain West Media Days with Cache Valley Daily and 1069thefan.com. Of course, we got Utah State players Carson Templin, Mason Falslev. I guess the Dancing Brothers. I tend to see you guys a lot on TikTok, Instagram, just doing a lot of dances. I know you had the one that kind of went viral. They played that after everyone. Carson, did you come up with another one this year?
There may or may not be a part 2 on the way.
Ooh.
So stay tuned.
All right, stay tuned. Gotta follow Carson on Instagram.
Yep, follow me at Carson Templin.
There we go. So I guess just what's this off-season process been like for you, Mason? I'll start with you. I know we had a chance to talk to you over the summer, but just what's this been like for you guys? A few more returners, more expectations now. Just is the pressure kind of building for you guys?
I mean, the pressure's always there. Utah State, we've been a good program for forever.
For a while.
for a really long time. And, I'm just excited it's pretty fun. People talk about how it sucks that all these people transfer away. And it does, obviously. But it's also awesome that we get to meet new friends and have new teammates and build more relationships with guys. So it's been fun this year. It's been a grind, but it's been a lot of fun.
You guys had a chance to say hi to Dayton. I know I saw him earlier.
Yeah. We got him.
We saw Day.
Did you bug him a little bit?
Yeah. Had to pull his ear.
How quickly do you guys circle that game with New Mexico? I guess you guys are going to travel to New Mexico first, right?
I haven't even looked.
See, I looked and I can't remember now. But
I think that game is always circled regardless, but maybe there'll be another circle for it.
But for you guys personally, obviously, there's another reason of, hey, we got to go see Dayton again.
Yeah, for sure.
But looking at, I guess another thing about former Aggies, Sam Merrill and Miyashketa both starting. I know you guys got to meet those guys. What's it like seeing those former Aggies in the NBA and, heck, balling out in their season openers? Both did pretty good. Start with you, Carson. Just what's it like seeing those former Aggies in the NBA playing?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Utah State has more people starting in the NBA than Utah and BYU. So, it's pretty cool to see that it can be done. There's a pathway paved. You see those guys do it, and they were in our shoes just not too long ago. So to see those guys start and put up good numbers is pretty inspiring, and we're just proud to have them as Aggies.
And Mason, just what's it like? There's some comparisons between you and Sam Merrill, at least as far as playing a similar position. What's it like, seeing him play in the NBA?
Yeah,
maybe joining him one day. Imagine you got that goal.
Oh, yeah, that would be amazing. But we had a chance to talk with Sam a couple weeks ago, asked him a few questions, and Sam's awesome. He's a great role model, and he's great on and off the court. And as far as Nimi goes, I remember playing against Nimi when I was a sophomore in high school, going and playing in the Aggie runs. And, he's even bigger now than he was then.
Yeah.
So, it's awesome, and I'm super proud of him too, and it's just amazing.
So, and I've drawn this comparison a couple of different times, but you look at some of the Aggie players who've gone to have great seasons. They make the jump from their sophomore to junior year. You're making that transition sophomore to junior. There are a lot of people who are thinking you were maybe going to be preseason player of the year. I know that goes to Miles Burr, but there's a lot of hype for you as well as a star in the Mountain West. It's like, how big of a jump are you trying to take this year to potentially go from being a pretty good player in the Mountain West to maybe one of the stars in the conference?
Yeah, I don't really care about preseason polls. Doesn't mean anything. I just got to go out and, I'm not trying to do anything out of my potential. I just want to make my game more solid, and in all honesty, I just want to win games and win a Mountain West championship, and I think everything will take care of itself if we do that.
So now, Carson, you're looking to continue to grow as well, and I know in the exhibition I saw you pulling out a few post moves. I got that jump hook in there. I know you had that kind of mid-range floater. You did that a lot last year. How much have you tried to kind of add to your scoring profile to add to what you have as a defender and rebounder?
I definitely have tried to polish my game offensively. This offseason, I've been shooting more, working on making better reads, and obviously some finishing around the rim a little more. But I feel like it's just a matter of being comfortable. I've done all those things. I did it in high school. It's not like it's something new. Like, I've never shot a jump hook before.
Yeah.
But it's just a matter of being comfortable and just feeling out the game. So, it just starting to feel more comfortable. It's my third year here, and it's getting good.
How many three-pointers have you put up? I know you shot some in the regular season last year, was up and down. How many shots have you tried to put up to make that a consistent part of your game?
I'm just going to take open shots when they come to me. So if I'm open from three, it's going up. If it's not, I'm going to go set up all screen.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I can put a number on it. I could be left open 6 times in one game. I'll shoot 6 threes.
Yeah.
Could be open 0 times, and I'll shoot 0 threes.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, how many have you shot in the offseason trying to prepare for it?
I can't even count. Our coaches have been really good at getting us in the gym. And
Do you have a number you shoot for in practice, or is it just however many you take?
However many I take, honestly. But I've definitely been on the gun a lot and shooting with Coach Hout and Coach Manny this offseason, so it's been good.
So, Mason, I know something you were trying to do a lot last year, those alley-oop passes. I know sometimes you got them, sometimes. Is that something you've been continuing to work on? Because that's obviously kind of a next step for you guys as a playmaker, where you focus a lot on scoring, but now your whole offense is running through you. How much have you tried to improve as a passer?
I said I think I don't know how many assists I averaged last year, but it's just going to be hopefully part of my game, just making the right reads. Maybe it's not alley-oops, but maybe it's just making the right pass. That's all I'm really trying to focus on, is just making the right reads.
I know a lot of people want to say, like, are you going to play point guard, or do you feel like you're just going to kind of stick with the shooting guard, small forward, or do you ever see yourself maybe being the point guard in a lineup?
No, I mean, I'll do whatever coach wants me to do, and as of now, I'm just sticking to the wing and just trying to be the most efficient player I can.
So, looking back at the exhibition, Carson, what are the biggest things you feel like you learned about your team? You finally play somebody else that isn't you guys. What do you feel like you learned the most?
I felt like we learned that we have a lot of players that are good. A lot of different lineups work together. And I think it was just good to see another defense besides ours. Coach was pretty upset about our offense the week before. We go out, score, 88 points? Is that what we scored?
Yeah, I think it was 88.
So our offense wasn't as bad as we thought. So it was just good to see another defense and, kind of get some film. And, see where we can go from there.
Yeah. And I know defensive coaches talked about how much has worked on defense. That was like 70% of what you guys have been doing has been defense. What's that been like? Both attorneys knowing how the defense was last year, good at times, well, not as good late in the season. Just what's it been like improving that and improving as a team? I'll start with you, Mason.
Yeah, I mean, try to clean some things up, change our defense from last year. Obviously, it's close to the same, but different in a lot of ways. So just trying to tweak it and make it so that it can carry us through times that get rough.
Yeah. Are you expecting to play more man, or is it still a lot of the matchup zone where I know it's kind of a hybrid between man and zone?
I'd say it's more man this year for sure. A little bit. Well, I mean, it's still the hybrid defense, but it's more man than it is zone.
It's always hard to describe this because, like, zone.
Coach E will get mad if we talk about it.
It's fist. There we go. That's the thing for it. So I guess with the team you have now, there's a lot more length. At least on the wings, you bring in some 6'8", 6'9" guys. How much do you feel like that really helps you guys in running this defense where, I mean, having size and length pretty much has a chance to always raise your potential on defense? Start with you, Carson.
Yeah, having size and length is always good. We can get out there, get some open stance steals. MJ had quite a few in our scrimmage, and they led to breakaway layups. I think he had 2 or 3 of them at least.
Yeah.
So, it just makes it easier to score if we can get steals and get out in transition. So, I think it's been great to have length. We got Adlin. His length is.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah. Is he the tallest player on the team? I was looking at you guys in the lineup for the national anthem. I'm like, it looks like he's the tallest.
He might be the tallest. He's pretty big.
Mason, I'll ask about your defense because I feel like I think you led the Mountain West in steals last season, but it doesn't seem like people think of you as a defender. It feels like that's not. It feels like that's not quite right, where people seem to underrate your defense despite some of the things you pull off. Have you gotten that sense from when you hear people talking about you?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty cool that I got all defensive team last year. So, I mean, that was cool. And as far as that goes, it's good. Underlook me, do whatever you want. But, I'm just going to do me, and I'm going to play the same way I did last year.
Yeah, because it seems like everybody always talks about your scoring bad. You made all defense, you led the league in steals, but it's like nobody ever talks about one of the top defenders in the league. But I'll turn to you, Carson, talking about defense. I know interior defense is something that's obviously going to be key. There were a couple struggles against Seattle where they were getting some post guys in there, committing some fouls. What's the key for you guys as bigs where you're not the tallest, and usually that's a big thing in terms of rim defense? What's the key for you guys to defend the interior even if you're not able to swat a bunch of shots just because you're really tall?
I think the key is doing your work early. You can't let guys get inside position on you. That's one of the biggest things as an undersized post player I've learned is you can't let them get a catch. If they get a deep catch, they're going to score over you because I'm only 6'8". So, 7-footer gets a deep catch on me, it's probably not going to be good. It might be a foul. So, you got to do your work early, and it'll work out for you and help you stay out of foul trouble.
Any of these matchups you're looking forward to against some of the bigs, like Drew Fielder, Boise State, Magoon, Guath? Like, looking forward to facing some of those really big centers?
I'm looking forward to playing Magoon. We played against each other, or we played with each other in high school growing up. So we've known each other for a long time, and I'm trying to think who else in the league I'm excited to go against.
Yeah, there's a few.
There's a lot, but Magoon's my guy, so that's why.
Then you guys picked to finish second. It's either second or third, I think, is where you guys are going to get picked. Now you talk about preseason polls, doesn't matter, but Utah State's been picked a little lower because there's obviously not been as many expectations, but this is first year in a few years where there are a lot of expectations. How do you guys try and handle that?
Just focus on our team. I've said this before, I think, college basketball is at the point where it's not necessarily about each individual player, but it's about your chemistry on and off the court, how you guys can play together. You guys know each other's strengths and weaknesses, so I think it's just a matter of that, just coming together as a team and being the best team that we can be.
Have you guys tried to develop that chemistry? Because, everyone seems to have to build that, but nobody has a whole lot of time. What do you guys got to do to try and build that chemistry quicker than anybody else, Carson?
I think just spend time with each other off the court. Mason had us over for a pumpkin carving night the other night with the whole team. It was pretty fun. My pumpkin did not win.
I was about to say, who had the best pumpkin?
Mine did.
No.
Mine did.
Drake Allen.
No, mine got picked. Mine got picked.
Or Gary Clark.
No, Gary's caught on fire. That's how bad Gary's was.
So I think just doing stuff like that, being around the guys. We have a bunch of great dudes. I think we really do have 15 guys that I do love and care about. So, it's a great squad. Just got to spend a lot of time together.
All right, thank you so much, Mason, Carson. Thanks for coming on. We'll look forward to seeing you guys this season.
Sweet, thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
All right. Welcome back, streaming Mountain West Media Days. Jason Walker, and I'm here with head coach Jared Calhoun. We're seeing a lot of each other. I've talked to you, 4 or 5 times in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, man, it's been good. It means basketball's right around the corner.
Yeah, I'm running out of questions to ask you. I don't know, how do you like your coffee? That's the level of questions we're getting at.
Tuller put some cream in, put some sugar in, and I don't like sugar. I'm usually just coffee with 2 creams. So
it's like you just got it's there to wake you up.
Yeah,
that's
I like about 3 cups a day.
So you guys picked second. I know I've heard most coaches, they tend to be like, I don't do coach. I think Dan Hurley swore. It's like, I have one of my assistants do that or whatnot. Just what do you look at in terms of preseason polls? You picked to finish second, so there's a lot of confidence in your team.
Yeah, I guess San Diego State was a unanimous choice, so I don't know why we're playing, right? You might as well cancel the season because, if they're picked to win it, nobody else has a shot, according to whoever voted on this. No, I don't put a ton of stock into this thing. The longer you're in it, you see kind of some of the nonsense that goes in with these polls, but the biggest thing it means is, hey, basketball's 2 weeks away, and we better lock in and we better have the details ready to go, or we're not going to be a top 2 or 3 seed, come tournament time for the Mountain West tournament. But I got a lot of respect for a lot of these players and coaches, so anything can happen. This is a real conference.
You had a chance to meet up with Dayton?
KT and Mason talked to him. I didn't. Because I was talking to the Albuquerque guy that runs their thing, and he asked me a lot about Dayton, and, I love Dayton. I saw he was picked as a preseason top 10 guy. Hopefully our staff and our team last year had a lot to do with that.
Yeah.
We did a lot of read drills with him. We worked with them a lot. I love him as a person, and, he made a business decision. He doubled his salary. At the end of the day, man, this is a big business. Anybody that says it's not, Jason is not in it day to day, and a kid can literally double him. He might have tripled it, to be honest with you. God bless him, and hey, we'll wish him well, but not when he plays us in the Spectrum or we go in the pit. But I love the kid.
One thing I've asked a few of the coaches about, I don't know if I asked you about it, but NCAA tournament expansion, there's some, it seems like all the people who are going to make money off of it love the idea. There's a lot of college basketball junkies that, kind of purists, keep it at 68 or heck, go back to 64. Have you given any thought to it at all?
Yeah, I think it's about the student athletes, the experience. I think that's first and foremost. As many memories as you can have as a collegiate athlete to play in the NCAA tournament. Let's be honest, think about how many wasted bowl games there are every year. We only have 68 teams that make our tournament. There's 300 teams left home. How many bowl games are there? I think almost 60-70% of the teams go to a bowl game.
It's like 84 out of 136.
Makes absolutely zero sense. It's all waste of money. Nobody's interested in watching it. The schools, in fact, lose money with the travel. None of the bowls at those levels are paying anything. The NCAA tournament's real money. So to me, it's like as many as we can get will help mid-major plus type schools like ourselves, because the reality of it is, Jason, this year will be the hardest year in the history of the Mountain West to make an NCAA tournament. Why? Everybody front-loaded millions of dollars. The SEC, the Big Ten, the Big 12, these schools have between $10 and $15 million for their roster. It's absolutely absurd. So the amount of talent that they went out and bought before revenue sharing went into play, it's comical, right? They all complain about the market. They're the ones that set the market, right? The Power Four set the market for college basketball and what the value of these players is. And, hey, it is what it is. Everybody got paid. Coaches get paid. Players get paid. I'm good with it. But the reality of it is we have about, not even a third of what these teams have. So last year being one of the lowest funded teams in America to get an at-large bid, that's a lot to be proud of, right? We spent less than $1 million. Teams like Ohio State and Indiana didn't get in the NCAA tournament. They spent millions, right? So it shows you the power of Utah State. It shows you the power of our team last year, and we got to have that. We got to have that connectivity every single night, 31 times.
I saw one metric where it's one of these preseason analytic metrics ranking. They basically ranked the conferences based on their team rankings. Everybody's saying that the gap between the power conferences and mid-majors is getting bigger. Do you feel like, obviously you may be thinking that's going to happen again, do you feel like revenue sharing will even that back out, or is there worry that some of these power conferences are just going to keep pulling all the great mid-major players and growing.
Well, I mean, now there's, I think the biggest thing we want as coaches, there's a lot of old school coaches that can't adapt, and I get all that stuff, but I'm not one of those guys. Give us the rules, right? Every company, you work for a company, you guys have rules and guidelines, right? You know exactly what your job entails. We just don't as college coaches. Now there's G League players that we can recruit, and I saw Coach Izzo and some of these coaches commenting on it, and they're exactly right. What are we doing? What are the rules? I think all of us coaches thought kids were going to get 5 years, right? So we didn't sign a lot of guys in the fall thinking, hey, I might be able to re-sign my seniors. Well, now that's out the door. It's just crazy times. But I know 7 schools I heard in the Atlantic 10 spent over $3 million on their budget this year for men's basketball. We don't have that in the Mountain West. We have probably 3 that did it, maybe 4. We're not one of those teams. So I think moving into this new era, we've hired a guy in Cam Walker. The last piece to the puzzle is the president at Utah State, right? Sometimes if those two people are aligned and you got great coaches and you got great kids, you can really do something special. And I think that's what Cam's talked about, not just going into the Pac-12 and be a part of this, but let's make sure we're winning championships in all the sports. And how you do that is through revenue sharing, right? Our numbers got to continue to increase, and I feel really good that it will.
How do you feel like the move to a new conference feels like almost heretical to talk about the Pac-12 over here at Mountain West Media Days, but you feel like that's something that's going to help as far as raising the revenue sharing amount?
Once again, I think that, the board and the president will obviously work with Cam, and they'll set that, but they need to look at the rest of the market and figure out what are these schools spending on rosters. That was my biggest fight last year with our department, is we got to understand what's going on here in the landscape when you're dealing with agents on a daily basis and you're dealing with these different things. We got to continue to increase the money for our roster, and that's to being able to retain Mason Falsla, be able to retain the other 4 players, showed me I don't need to go anywhere. To be quite honest with you, I was sitting there looking at this thing, and it comes at you pretty fast, right? Yeah. The opportunity to sign a long-term deal, and I just think there's real investment right now in the Aggies. I think we're starting to really get it. I think our donor base really gets it. We've had some unbelievable guys step up: Blake Kirby, Jim Lobb, some people that bleed, Aggie, right? Yeah. They're diehard Aggies. And guys like Kevin White have really helped, Nick Eliason, Eric Lobb, our whole team, Dalton Forsythe, with the Blue A Collective. And then, my wife and I looked at it and said, okay, we're going to go out and ask these donors for all this money. We got to put our money where our mouth is. We got to show these people here in Cache Valley, number one, we want to be here. Or you get tired of hearing, you're just here for a year or two, you just get tired of hearing all that stuff, to be honest with you. So we wanted to put the money into the rev share and the retainment of our student athletes. And, it's been really neat to see, Jason, a group of people come together for a university they just love. So what were the biggest things you saw, I guess now having a chance to go back and look at the exhibition, look at the film, kind of rewatch some of those things? What were things that you maybe picked up on since your initial reaction? Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot. Number one, offensively, we'll be really good. There's going to be some nights where we don't shoot it that well. I feel really good about Gary and Zach and KT and David, and just our wings, MJ and Mace. Like, those guys will go rebound the ball. We did not against Seattle. I think it's that first game where you're just kind of out there playing. You forget some of the details. Even coaches, I thought we could have did a better job throughout the timeouts, get to the glass, set better screens. I was telling them value the ball. But I think we'll be fine offensively. I think defensively we got a chance. We have to fix our ball screen defense. That was one area of concern. We got to hit block out. Shot goes up. We got to hit people. But I like our team. It's hard to tell what you got until you play somebody else. Yeah. We're not playing 15 guys, Jason, on Saturday against San Francisco. We'll still play a lot. The best thing that happened to us last year, we got trounced by Oregon by about 30, and that brought us together. So we'll see what happens with San Francisco. I heard they scrimmaged Stanford, and it was a high-scoring affair. So I got a lot of respect for San Francisco and their coach. They're good. I think they've had 8 out of 9 winning seasons. It's on the road. It'll be another tune-up, and then it's here. So I like our team. I like where we're at. We're progressing well, but we got a lot to work on, too.
When you look at the rest of the Mountain West, I know it's a team, and it seems like this is like this every year. Every team seems like they're bringing in between 5 and 15 new players. I know you're not going to play most of these teams until December, but can you make anything of this conference? Oh, there's a preseason poll, there's a preseason All Mountain West, but can you make anything of this conference?
Well, I was just on with a couple different people, and they asked about what do you think about the conference? I think it's going to be awesome. I think every year it's going to be great. I think Boise State is elite. I think they were elite without the 2 transfers they added in Andrews and the big kid at Georgetown. On paper, they're absolutely loaded. I think Boise's loaded. I think the Aztecs are very, very real. I think they'll be a top 10 team in the country before it's all said and done. And I think, Grand Canyon, if you look at just what they did with Baylor on the road and their exhibition, I think Grand Canyon's got real players, an elite coach, an elite fan base. And then you look at Ali, you look at Eric, you look at Josh, the 3 coaches that have come into this league and now are head coaches inside this league. They're all really good. They're all unique. Eric runs a matchup zone. He's a great offensive coach at New Mexico. You look at Ali, he's going to run Nico's system, I would assume. He's ready for the job. He was there. Colorado State's a great place. Josh Pastner's won at a high level. You got guys like Sundance Wicks that can really coach. He tells me they're going to play fast this year, which I love. They were like going to the dentist last year. He stretched every possession. There's just so many great coaches and good players that this league it's going to be good.
I'll let you call your shot now. How many bids are you Mountain West getting into the tournament?
I want to say 5. I would love to see 5, but I'm going to say the same as this year. I'm going to say 4. But I think most national people will say 1, as they all do.
They'll start at 1, and then it goes up from there.
Yeah. You know better than me. You know more about this league than me.
All right, thank you so much, Coach Calhoun, for coming on.
Yep.
All right, we're back here, streaming Mountain West Media Days. Jason Walker here with Cache Valley Daily and 106.9 The Fan. We're here with Dylan Andrews, former UCLA. I was talking to some people. There's a million random connections with UCLA and a bunch of different Mountain West programs. I know Donovan Dent went from New Mexico to UCLA. He's taking your spot. You're coming to the Mountain West. Steve Alford, Nevada coach. Like, there's about 1.5 million different connections between UCLA and the Mountain West. That was kind of funny. But like one of the biggest ones Aggie fans will be familiar with is you played Utah State last year.
Yes, sir.
Kind of kicked their butts. I'm sure that was a good moment for you guys. Just what was it like there? I know that wasn't the only Mountain West team because I think you guys played New Mexico last year.
We played New Mexico early in the season. We lost to them early in the season.
Yeah, so I guess you've had a taste of Mountain West basketball. What's been like, having played a couple of those teams?
Playing a couple of those teams, I mean, they're dogs. It's dog fights. I feel like I played in the Pac-12, got to play in the Big Ten, now coming to the Mountain West, even just playing against some of the Mountain West teams. I mean, everybody wants to compete. So it's not really a difference in the conference or anything like that. You can win a game, you can lose a game. It's just all about who's the tougher team.
Yeah. I know San Diego State getting a lot of the attention of the Mountain West, but it seems like Boise State and Utah State, two teams, and especially focus on you guys, are teams that really shouldn't be forgotten. I was talking to Coach Calhoun for the Aggies. Really praiseworthy of you guys as one of the better teams in the conference. Just, you feel like there are some teams that are getting overlooked for San Diego State where they're getting picked unanimous, but hey, Boise State's got a really good team you guys have put together.
100%. I feel like Coach Rice did a good job and the coaching staff did a good job on, we're losing pieces like Tyson, of course. We're losing Al. We're losing Omar. Those are 3 gay guys that gave great minutes to Boise State. But I feel like Coach Rice did a great job in recruiting and even just keeping the same guys.
What are the biggest things you're looking to bring to this Boise State team? Things that maybe either Broncos fans or even the rest of the Mountain West may not know about you just yet. What are you planning on bringing to this team?
I mean, I'm planning on bringing my leadership. Not only that, I'm a PG. I'm a guy that can get guys to rock in places they need it. I'm a guy that can score. I'm a guy that can play on-ball defense. I'm picking up 94 feet. Just a guy that you would want on your team.
What do you feel like the identity of this Boise State team is? Because a lot of it was defined by Tyson Degenhart. In the last couple of years, him and Omar Stanley and some of these guys. Is there what are the differences between this team, if any? I know you weren't there part of the last year's teams, but what I guess just tell me about this year's team, since what you have the expertise on.
I mean, most definitely, this year's team is going to be a one to watch, especially just with the guys that we have. I mean, we have a bunch of returners, but not only that, we have a bunch of young guys that's hungry, and even our transfers with Drew Fielder, me coming in, we just have a squad that's, how you have a team that comes in and you're trying to get team chemistry together. We built that day one, and that's really hard to do with a team that has guys coming in that's transferring, and egos play a part, but over here, none of that was an issue.
Tell me about Drew Fielder. This is a guy, I think he put up 24 points, 8 rebounds in that exhibition you had. Seems like he's a pretty big baller.
I mean, he had to, man. I mean, he's a Boise kid, so, playing against Idaho, I know he fired him up for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess just, do you feel like you guys have anything to prove? I mean, picked finished second. Do you feel like there's things that you want to prove to the Mountain West that Boise State is able to be the conference champion here this year?
I believe we were picked third.
I see. You picked third. Sorry. My bad.
I believe we were picked third, so there's definitely improvement for sure. We want that number 1 spot. And I believe with the work that we put in and we just keep taking it one day at a time, I believe the results are going to show.
What are the biggest strengths that you feel like you're going to show a lot of these teams?
My biggest strengths are
just the team's biggest strengths.
We're a tough team. We're going to compete at a high level every day, day in and day out, and that don't take us for granted.
All right. Thank you very much, Dylan Andrews, Boise State point guard. We'll look forward to seeing you this season.
I appreciate that, my man, Jason.
All right. Have a good one. All right, we're back here streaming Mountain West Media Days. Jason Walker here with Air Force head coach Joe Scott. I know your players couldn't make it, so I'm going to have to pepper you with all the questions that I was going to ask them.
That's happened to me a lot today because the players aren't here.
My one question I was going to ask Wesley, because he's a 7-footer, and I've seen those jets that they fly. I'm not sure he fits in any of those.
Those rules don't apply anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, just because they haven't for a while. There's obviously tons of jobs within the Air Force, but also just with technology today.
Yeah. There's a lot of different things to be done.
Well, and even within, the aspect of flying and planes and drones, there's all other things. So, doesn't mean that from the 7-foot size when there's obligations or or whether it's fitness tests that they have. Being 7 foot puts you in a different ball game if you have to run.
Yeah.
If you have to run
it's hard to be a distance.
Whatever, or if you have to do pull-ups or what those things. So there is those types of elements that's still at work. But in terms of the professions and the job opportunities and the career paths within the Air Force, that doesn't really apply anymore.
How many of the players are actually going into actually being pilots?
Well, I mean, you only make those decisions actually when you get to be an upperclassman. We have 4 juniors. Again, I think as time goes along, things change, times change. Sometimes I have too many pilots, sometimes I don't have as much. So it's a constantly evolving thing where, it's possible that, late somebody says, I think I want to be a pilot. Now at that juncture, you got to be, pilot certified, meet all the requirements.
Yeah.
Your grades have to be well. So, but a lot of those things, that's part of what the academy experience is, one, doing well in school, one, doing well across the board. But then as you're doing that, sort of figuring out, what it is that really, really interests you,
Yeah.
And again, it's just like college anywhere else, just in terms of what really interests you, in terms of, i.e., what are you going to major in, when for these guys, there comes that point in time of, well, what really interests me, and is it flying? And, you go through the experience, and you get all these different experiences, and the next thing you know, I didn't think I wanted to fly, but you know what? No, I do. And the place makes you become that way, and that exists for everybody in its own way, but it has a lot to do with the experience of the academy experience that leads them to those choices and decisions.
So speaking of guys in their height, scanning through Air Force rosters the last 20, 25 years, there aren't a whole lot of guys taller than 6'8", 6'9", but you look at your front court, you got Weston there at 7 foot, you got Caleb Walker at 6'9". You're going to have more size on this team than maybe you're used to being able to coach. Is that kind of a luxury that you're going to be able to have this year?
Well, and the luxury is that we had it last year, and the luxury is that last year going into the year, I said we were going to play both those guys together. I set everything up for that, and sort of, Bo Becker got hurt in the first game of the year, and he was out for 6 weeks, and all that preparation went out. So having them back, I've known this. Everything we've done has been about, okay, I know we have those 2 guys. I know we got Caleb. I know they're playing together. This is what we're going to do. So we're a much better team right now. I know our guys know we're a better team right now for those reasons. We got 2 other juniors. Colby Gills is back. He didn't play. 6'6", 240. He's a bull. He's a really good leader. He's very motivated to contribute to our team because he didn't play last year for whatever the reasons were. So there's another. And then I got a 4th junior, Josh Gatete, who's 6'9", long, and he's playing. So we have size. I got a 6'7" sophomore. Again, Caleb's father and uncle played football at Air Force. I got a 6'7" sophomore who's doing really well, whose father graduated from Air Force and whose grandfather's a 4-star general. He's playing. Eli Robinson, he's 6'7", 200. So we got size, we got physicality. That's been the starting point. And, okay, can we plug in the other guys around? Yeah. And I have some good freshmen. Now, unfortunately, I'm the only coach here that you're ever going to talk to that talks about freshmen because I got them and I got to play them.
Yeah.
And I'm going to play some, and they're good. And so through that mix and the consistency with which we've done things, from when we started with this group, I can see we're better. The players know we're better. and we're going to see sort of how much better we can be.
So you mentioned a lot of the size you have. A big strength of your team has been guards. You can go down the list of guys who have been pretty good scorers and, well, all-round players, to be honest, most of these guys. Who have you got kind of on that guard line that you're really excited about?
Well, I got a freshman, 6'2", really strong, stocky, kid from Georgia, Cam Sanders. He's starting. He's our point guard. He's a good basketball player. First team All-State out of Georgia, but he's got the kind of body you need to have as a freshman. He's not wispy. He's not thin. He's got a big lower base. And he's just a good basketball player. So, again, obviously the better leaders, the better Caleb and Wes show the experience that they had in the way where they're, just over and over being really good consistently. Obviously that helps a guy like Cam Sanders, who's a good basketball player, be able to sort of withstand the rigors of the season, you know what I mean, and how much we know for a freshman the challenges. I got another freshman, Lucas Hoban, who's 6'8", who's our best who can shoot the basketball. He's got a good, strong body. They're just good players, you know what I mean, but they're freshmen. But they're going to play. They're good, and then, like I said, the things we're doing that's bringing the team together with the size we have, the more those pieces come together, those two freshmen are going to really help us, and so we'll see. So, but those are two. I got another freshman, Ethan Greenberg, who's a really good shooter. We have, in this day and age, as everything is against anything, we don't do anything that anybody else does, and that's true. We still recruit high school kids, so we recruit really well. We evaluate well. We recruit really well. We develop really well. You know that because I got a starting five starting somewhere else all across the country. That everybody else wants our players, so we must be doing something right.
Yeah.
So we got to just keep doing what we're doing and see, like I said, 4 juniors. I know I got those guys back next year. This kid Eli Robinson, I feel really good he's going to be back. He's playing. He deserves to play. But that's another thing I got to start to try to do here is say, well, who am I going to play? Well, I'm playing the guys that I think are going to stay.
Yeah.
And that, that's what I got to do in this day and age because of the way this environment is. And if you're one of the guys that might not stay, you got to put yourself in the category where you got to play me, coach, because I'm just a better player.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we're doing it, and that's what the last 2 years have sort of shown me. In the last 2 years with all this stuff that's going on, that's what it's shown me is that, okay, well, this is what I can do. This is what we can do to try to say and do and show that we're going to be competitive because that's what we got to do.
So you feel like that's going to be the key for you going forward because obviously it's becoming harder to recruit for anybody, much less Air Force. You've gone over a lot of the challenges. You feel like you're beginning to be able to adjust to this kind of new era of college basketball?
I mean, when you have to adjust, when you have to change your recruiting model, when you know why you're doing it, good, we've done it. We are reaping, we are recruiting well. I don't know what the answer is to getting guys to stay in this era. If somebody's got the magic pill, if you got the potion, please share it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So all we can do is sort of the things that we can do, and when you do these things because you have to, because the environment and the tea leaves show you and tell you those things, you make your changes and you do it and you know the reasons why, but that doesn't mean it's going to work.
Yeah.
That's what you don't know. You don't know if it's going to work. You know why you're doing it. You know it's for the right reasons. You know it's the right things for you, in your group. But that doesn't mean you know what the end results are, and I can't concern myself with that. It's like, because if you knew what the thing to do was to produce that result, well, that's the one you choose.
Yeah.
I just got to go with the ones that we can do, that I think are right for us, that's right for Air Force, and that's what we're doing. And I know our guys. I know we're better. I know our guys know we're better. I know our guys feel that. We know the reasons why, and we just got to keep doing that and sort of see what it produces for us.
All right, so a final quick question from me. I've been asking a lot of coaches about the NCAA tournament. There's a lot of talk of expansion. Seems inevitable at this point. Have you dedicated any thought to, whether or not the league should expand or not?
Tournament, you mean?
Yeah, the tournament, excuse me.
Again, in this day and age, there's no should-haves. Nobody nothing's being done in college athletics and college sports for what's right, for what should be done, whatever. It's just being done for money. So whenever you do that, that's when people aren't happy, because it become hypocritical thing. It's hypocritical, which is what this has become. And all I'm going to say is, should we expand? I don't believe we should. It's a great tournament. It's a great formula. Will it expand? Yeah. Because we have this environment of today where it's just about, money. And what does money mean? Well, what it means is keeping the tournament. And this is just me. It means keeping the NCAA tournament. In order to keep it, you're going to have to satisfy the Big Ten and the SEC. Otherwise, there's not going to be a tournament. So, of course, you're going to expand it because why? They want more bids. So that's just me. And really, when you go down this path, it's happened in every area of college basketball. And college basketball is the cauldron. It's way worse than football when it comes to these things.
Yeah.
And really what it is when you give up your values, when you give up what this is, what its core it's supposed to be, then you're done. And it just keeps going on the rest, because this isn't about education anymore. This isn't about 18 and 23-year-old kids developing. It's become about something else, and the rules all have made it be about that. It's not going to change, and, like I've said, and I'll say it here, and it doesn't really matter what I say, but, we had a chance 4 years ago, right? I believe that every one kid should be paid if that's what they want, if they want to get paid, if that's what drives them, right? This is supposed to be about education, and 18 to 23-year-olds growing up and having a college experience to learn what it means to become a man. Money doesn't make you a man. Money doesn't teach you how to care for family or do things properly and right. We had a chance 4 years ago to sit here and say, we understand you should all be paid if that's what. This is the collegiate model. This is the amateurism model. This is about education. If you don't think it's for you, then go find out what's for you. And if you can find it, we wish good for you. But we're not changing this model. You see what happens when you give up your values. Here we are, and every question today is almost about this.
Yeah, it's all about money and fundraising.
And
all
every question's about the craziness that just continues to happen.
Yeah.
Well, okay. That's just, again, that's my stance. And like I said, I believe firmly that these guys deserve to get paid, but I know for a fact that that's not what this experience is supposed to be about. And like I said, and if you think that it's supposed to be about money, then I would have wished you good luck and said, go ahead and do it, because it's about something else. But that boat sailed, that ship sailed.
Yeah.
That sailed, and guess what? It's way out to sea.
It's not coming back. I've said for a while, like the military academies are the last bastion of amateurism in college sports.
And in some respects we are, and I do wish this is me. I want us, the NCAA, to go back to you have to sit out a year for the reasons when you transfer, because it's supposed to be about education. And it was never to harm a kid. It was to say you made a decision at 18 years old and you made the wrong decision for you. That happens to everybody. So what we're going to do is you're going to be able to go wherever you want. And when you get to that next school, you're going to have to sit out, because this is about something more than playing basketball. This is about life, and you got to learn that you're not going to be able to do this again and again, and you just get to go willy-nilly and do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Decisions have consequences, good ones and bad ones. Yeah. So you got to learn it, and you're going to go to that next school, and you're going to sit out so that you can learn who your coaches are, and you can develop a relationship with them, and you can learn that this is about your education, and that there's professors here, and we have a campus community, and you have to immerse yourself in that campus community, because this is about your education and the rest of your life. And that's why that was the rule, that you had to sit out, because it wasn't going to happen again. Well, we changed the rule to say, listen, we're going to let you transfer and you can play right away, but you can't do it again. What do you mean? You just delaying. You're saying the same thing a year later.
Yeah.
What'd they find out? No, they can. They just keep transferring.
Yeah.
That's called not going to college. Yeah. And so that's what I would do, because right away that would. And the last thing I'll say, I know you got to go, but this is when nobody was getting paid, that's when they should have been allowed to transfer and play right away. Now that you're getting paid, welcome to the real world. You don't get to do whatever you want. You're getting paid. Listen, here's the way that you can remove yourself from this situation. But you're just not able to do it. There's consequences.
Yeah.
Well, you're getting paid now. Guess what? You should have to sit out if you transfer.
Yeah.
It's backwards.
Yeah.
It's backwards.
They never do anything. I think, as you said, everyone's doing it for money. They're not doing what they should be doing.
That's what it's about. Yeah. You know, what you find in life is money is great, but that doesn't make it right.
Yeah.
You know, so. All right. That's
all right, well,
enough,
thanks.
Enough pontificating.
No, you're fine. Thanks so much, Air Force Head Coach Joe Scott.
Thank you.
All right, we're back here streaming Mountain West Media Days. Jason Walker here with Rashawn Mbemba next to me, and then Kyle Jorgensen. Colorado State players, I know a lot of newcomers, though you guys aren't the newcomers. So you guys coming back, just what's it like where you got new head coach, granted, even in that vein, not new because he's an assistant last year. Just what's this transition been like for you guys this offseason? We'll start with you, Rashawn.
I think the transition been pretty smooth. I think we brought in like 6-7 new guys out of the transfer portal, and I think from the get-go, kind of basically, you saw it was a very competitive group, a very hard-working, ethic group. Like we saw it in the first week. We don't really practice. We just played a little bit, get to know each other, got to know the coaches. I think there was like just a sense of competitiveness right away. Like people wanted to get better. People wanted to like play the right way and play winning basketball. And I think the transition was smooth. Like he's been a phenomenal head coach for the past months. Also like coaching staff wise, great coaching, and also like I think I can speak for everybody. If you come to practice, you're looking forward to practice. You know you're going hard and you're going to practice, you're getting better, but it's also a lot of fun, competitive. People cracking jokes, all that, while still being serious when it comes to like serious matters. I think that's just like a great thing to have.
Yeah. So Kyle, I'll ask you, I think you guys were picked, I think it was 7th, tied for 7th, or thereabouts. I've already forgotten some. Yeah, it's tied for 7th with Nevada. And usually there's almost a formula to these preseason polls. If you're lower down, it's because you don't have a lot of players, maybe you haven't had as much. And if you're in the middle, it's like, you're a good program, but they don't know much about you. And if people know a lot about you and they're confident, they pick you at the top. It's just basically this formula. So you guys are in the middle. People don't know as much about your team. You got a new coach and all that. What are the things that you guys feel like you'll be able to show all these people who have some preseason doubts about how good you're going to be? What do you want to show those people?
Well, first of all, I want to say that I think last year we were picked maybe 6th or maybe 7th too. I don't really remember around the similar range. So I think that we just want to prove that we can hang with these guys, man. There's a lot of competition in the Mountain West, obviously, a lot of great teams, and we just want to show that we can compete at a high level with these guys too.
Yeah. Rashawn, I had a question about talking about you being an undersized forward. Now, I don't know if being 6'7", 240 pounds makes you undersized, but some of the guys you're going up against are 6'9", 6'10", 7 foot. But what are the keys for you when you're, going down against everyone in the paint? What are the keys for you to be successful? Because you showed a lot of that last year.
I'll definitely lie. When people see me on the stat sheet being 6'7", it's like people don't really see me like I'm basically small compared like a 7'2", 7. I remember back then Ryan Kalkbrenner, huge guy,
Yeah.
But for me, it was just always I like to compete. I like to play very physical. So I never height is basically just height. I can't really change it, but I know what I can change is how physical I play, and also just I might not be as tall, but I can use my quickness. I can use my agility, and I think I can just, make it up. I'm heavier too. It's not like I'm a lightweight, so I can move people around, and that's basically it. I think I always try to not really compare too much about sizes because at the end of the day, if I box someone out at 7'1", he still won't get the ball, But that just shows how much effort I'm finna put in and how physical I want to be at it. So, yeah.
So, Kyle, looking at this upcoming season, what are the biggest things you want to be able to show? I guess what are the areas of growth you've seen from yourself heading into a season where you're going to be taking on a bigger role?
I just want to show out my confidence. I've worked really hard this offseason to change my body and progress as a player on and off the court. Last year that's something I struggled with as a freshman. I kind of got thrown into the fire a little bit early. He was out. He was out for the first couple games. I even started in big games against Washington and TCU. So, and then sometimes that's tough. I've never really gone through something like that. As a player, confidence struggle. So, I just want to show Ali. Ali talks about it a lot. Just being confident in your work. I know I worked really hard this offseason to try and get better, and I want to just be confident in my work.
And it's just, what are the biggest things you learned from? Maybe it was confidence. Maybe you already answered this, but as a freshman, what are those biggest things you learn when you're kind of thrown into the fire? Where you don't know anything about college basketball yet, and suddenly you're starting against some pretty big teams. What are those things you learn?
Just the little things, little details, play, knowing other people's plays and knowing other people's scouts, and just little stuff like that. The physicality. I wouldn't say I was undersized, but I wasn't in the right shape that I wanted to be in last year. So playing with a certain physicality and being able to play for longer periods of time and being in better cardiovascular shape, I think that was huge for me, and that's something I struggled with last year. It was hard to keep me on the court for long periods of time just because I run out of gas. So being able to put more gas in the tank, I think is going to be more important for me this year.
So Colorado State has had probably two of the best, although sometimes underrated. You had Nate Clifford, Isaiah Stevens. Now, neither of them won Mountain West Player of the Year, which feels like a bit of a crime with how good those players are. But now it's a new era. Is there any pressure for either of you guys to kind of step in? Obviously not the same type of player as those two guys, but pressure for you guys or one of the other players to step in and take that role where you've had so many good players?
I don't feel really pressured by doing that. I just think I put in time, I put in the work. I've been there the last 2 years, and the coaches see me leading the team. The coaches see us two really stepping out and making people accountable and stuff. Trying to getting into the leader role. It's not about pressure being the best player or all that, but it's definitely an urge of urgency to really we need a leader. We need to lead the team, and as you know, great teams is led by the players, and not by the coaches. And I think that's what we as people who have been here last year and won it with guys like Jalen Lake, Nick Clifford. We're just trying to continue that and trying to tell the guys who came in that hey, we're gonna make ourselves accountable. I can't be mad at him because he calls me out on some bullshit I did. I gotta be take the criticism, try to make it better. And the way I'll do the same for him. There's no bad beef to it. There's no you're not pissed off or anything. You're generally just hey, he wants to make me better and I want to make you better. At the end of the day, we compete. We might curse each other out during the game when we play against each other. But at the end of the day, we dab each other up and we knew, hey, we got better today. And I think that's the goal.
And then, Kyle, this is kind of the last question here for you guys. What's the biggest key for you guys? Went to the tournament last year. What do you guys got to do to get back there, especially with a bit of a new team?
You know, I think something that we struggled with at the beginning of last year was just our connectiveness. You know, I think the basketball part was always there, you know, how much time we put in on the basketball court and all that stuff. But I think the things that really matter are the off-the-court connectiveness that brings that on-the-court togetherness to, like, better. I think that's something that we struggled with at the beginning of last year and that we realized after our rocky start that, hey, we gotta fix this. So that's something we've really prioritized this offseason. We've done a ton of stuff together as a team, just building those relationships with those new guys. Just so kind of like you said, like it's important to know these guys. So not only off the court, but so I can approach them on the court as their teammate, but also as their brother. So I think that's really important.
All right, thank you so much, Rashawn Bemba, Kyle Jorgensen. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, have a good one, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, we're back here streaming Mountain West Media Days. Jake Heidbreder, or did I say that right?
Heidbreder, but it's
Heidbreder,
close
okay.
enough.
See, well, that's why you got to correct me, otherwise I'm going to say it wrong. And then DJ Douglas, Fresno State players here. And Jake, former Mountain West player, Air Force, then went off to, I believe it was Clemson, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you've made your way back. Quite the journey for you so far across college basketball. What's that been like for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I started at Air Force out here in the Mountain West Conference. Had 2 really good years, and then once you get to Air Force, obviously after your sophomore year, you have to decide if you want to stay in and sign your contract for the military. And at that time, there was a rule against athletes trying to play professionally with contracts, so that kind of went into my decision of leaving Air Force because I want to pursue basketball after college, whether it's overseas or whatever. So I went to Clemson 2 years. I had to redshirt my junior year. I left Air Force a little hurt, redshirted my junior year, and then played last year. And then I graduated from there. I have 1 more year left and just kind of wanted a bigger role on a team. So that kind of was what prompted me going into the portal and ending here at Fresno State.
Yeah. So, DJ, you were here at Fresno State last year, correct?
Yes.
But you had a preseason injury. Limited things a little bit. I'm trying to remember all the different players, all the research I did. I believe that was, just because you played some of the season?
Yeah, I
was
played
that right?
6 games. I didn't really play the start of the season. My knee was kind of bothering me, and then I ended up fracturing my knee. Then I came back later in January, refractured. It wasn't all the way healed, so only got to play 6 games, so I missed a lot of last season.
So how do you try and kind of mentally come back from that? Because there's obviously a lot of anticipation, a lot of preparation, and then especially when you're off and on, because some players, they know they're out for the year and you can kind of come to grips with that. But for you, how do you come back from that where it's just so off and on where you're not sure if you're going to play. Just how do you try and come back from that, mentally speaking?
I feel like the biggest thing is just taking things one day at a time. I feel like when you try to look too far ahead, that's when mentally that can be a lot on you. So I've been just trying to make sure I'm doing what I got to do to stay healthy. So whatever that looks like recovery, rehab, and making sure like when I've been working, if I feel anything or if anything's bothering, I'm communicating that with the trainers and the coaches. So it's really just not being too scared, but not being dumb about it either. You got to be smart and know your body.
So you guys are, as a team, were picked 11th in the conference, and usually there's kind of that formula of if the voters don't know much about you, they pick you lower. If they know a lot about you, they pick you higher. So obviously not much known about Fresno State, and obviously a rough year last year. What are the things, and we'll start with you, Jake, what do you guys want to prove about this team that people don't know about you and maybe aren't confident in you guys yet?
Yeah, I think one of the main things people don't know about is because we have a lot of foreign guys. I think that's probably one of the main reasons why nobody knows much about us. And obviously, like, DJ was hurt. McCon was hurt last year. So there's just a lot of unknowns with us, I guess. So, I guess that's probably what went into it. But at the same time, like, we don't really care about the rankings, the preseason rankings, We can use it as motivation, obviously, but we just have something to prove. And I think that's kind of the way we're going to take it. And, yeah, just go from here.
And DJ, what are some of the things you've been able to improve as a player to help, this team, break free of the preseason expectations that are kind of low?
So being here last year, sitting out, I was able to just see a lot and watch the game. So when you're off on the sidelines, you can still learn a lot, and that's what I feel like I did a good job of. Just seeing things from offense, defense, just being in that conference. Because my freshman year, I was in the Horizon League, so when I came here, it's a completely different conference. So I feel like learning the game off the court is helping translate to on the court and just how I kind of see the game on the court.
And Jake, so it's been a couple of years, like people were pretty high on you when you were in the Mountain West. You're playing pretty good ball. What will people not know about you since you've been gone? Like, what have you improved on? What kind of player have you become, since we last saw you here in the Mountain West?
Yeah, I think not too much obviously has changed. I had a different role at Clemson than I did at Air Force, so I think that's where you see the difference. But, excited to be in a little bit of a higher role again, obviously, and I'm excited to be back in the Mountain West. I've been to every single arena other than Grand Canyon now, but excited. The venues are fun, really good fans, and just excited to be back.
So you kind of have more Mountain West experience than some of the players. Obviously, DJ playing in the Mountain West last year. I guess, what do you try to impart to some of the new guys who don't have that Mountain West experience? What do you try and tell them about playing in this conference?
There's good venues. I think that's the main thing. I think they're going to be surprised with how good the venues are. Just everywhere we go, there's good fans, good student sections. They're packed out. It's fun to play in. It gets you excited. It's just fun altogether.
And DJ, this will be my last question here. What's the thing you're just most excited about this upcoming season, maybe besides just being able to play this year?
Just changing like the whole program around. I feel like last year I wanted to do that, kind of bring wins, but I was hurt. I feel like this year with the group of guys we have, we can really like shock a lot of people and prove a lot of people wrong. So I feel like that's the thing I'm most excited about this year.
All right, Fresno State guards Jake Heidbreder and DJ Douglas, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.